Secretary in the Ministry of Defense, Mr. Narayan, Mr. Charan, sorry, Acting Deputy Commandant, Lieutenant Commander Marlon Hart, Chairman of the Cadet Force Advisory Committee, Mr. Dexter Mitchell, members of the Cadet Force Advisory Committee, officers, warrant officers, senior rates, judges, cadets, parents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am 28415 Flight Sergeant CDI of the Maritime Battalion, Bishop Ansi Trinity College East Aviation Unit. I am one of your masters of ceremonies for today's proceedings.
Good morning all. I am 28771 Sergeant Barnes of the 4th Infantry Battalion attached to the Holy Cross College Cadet Unit. I am your second Master of Ceremonies. Without further ado, I would like to call on Major Brown as he would give a short invocation.
Almighty God, ever-loving Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to display what we've learned. Father, oh God, may the months of practice pay off today. Father, oh God, we pray that every participant would deliver their best. We pray, oh God, that you would calm them, that they would indeed deliver as they were taught. Father, oh God, we ask in accordance with your word that those who are redeemed would stand up and say so. Father, we acknowledge that this is not just about a competition today. We acknowledge, oh God, that we will apply to our lives. They have been redeemed from delinquency and laziness. This is one of the opportunities where the redeemed will say so in accordance with your word. We pray, oh God, that even after this opportunity, that they will continue as they speak publicly and as they speak boldly to tell their peers with the hopes that they would come alongside them and they would learn something from them and that this will have a ripple effect. So Father, oh God, again we ask that any nervousness be calmed. We ask, oh Lord, that they would be
two private colors as she will perform the national anthem. Choose.
Thank you for that private pause.
Good morning once again, everyone. Today we are here for the Inter-Platoon Public Speaking Competition and the TLD Speaking Talks. TLD stands for Teaching, Leadership, and Development. The aim of the TLD Talks is to encourage officers to share ideas to improve teaching and leadership in the
Cadet Force to help generate ideas to help the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force grow as an organization.
You just heard about the aim of the TLD talks. But what about the aim of Inter-Platoon public speaking policy? Its purpose is to enhance the skill of communication among cadets from each platoon in the Trinidad and Tobago Cadets, improving clarity, confidence, diction, and the ability to participate. We will see later on in the day how the cadets have managed to accomplish this.
Now we will have our address by the Forces Training Officer, Lieutenant Commander Blair Ferguson.
I stand on all protocols of service. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. Today we gather not just for competition, but to celebrate the skill that will shape lives long after today's final. Final words are spoken. The art of public speaking. Public speaking is far more than standing in front of an audience. It builds confidence and self-esteem. Each time a young person steps forward to speak, they learn to overcome fear, to trust their own voice, and to understand that their thoughts and ideas truly matter. It sharpens communication skills through public speaking. Our young people learn how to organize their thoughts, express themselves clearly, and listen respectively to others. These are skills that improve
how you communicate
Public speaking also encourages critical thinking. Preparing a speech teaches discipline of thought, how to select relevant arguments, and express opinions with clarity and purpose. These are the foundation of sound decision making and problem solving. Initiative, lead teams, and stand up not only for
themselves but for others. It enhances academic performance. Many aspects of education, presentations, debates, oral examinations, all these require confidence in speaking. Cadets, students who are comfortable expressing themselves tend to participate more fully and perform better overall. It also teaches emotional control and resilience. Standing before an audience demands composure, courage, and the ability to recover gracefully from mistakes. Skills that are invaluable in every aspect of life. In short, public speaking helps our cadets grow into confident, articulate, and resilient individuals. Prepare not only for success in school, but for success in life. This competition itself is a vision and brainchild of Major Lance Dorridge. The last time such an event was held was in 2009, when Major Dorridge, in his capacity as the forces training officer. Interestingly, the winner of that very competition is today the CEO of the Port of Spain City Corporation, Mr. Johnson Charles. A powerful statement and testament to the lasting impact of opportunities like this. Major Dorridge is also an accomplished writer and storyteller. He's the 2016 winner of the Commonwealth Short Story Prize for the Caribbean and has been writing publicly for the past 26 years. His work has appeared in the Trinidad Guardian, on his WordPress blog, and in a 2019 international anthology published in South Africa to support charitable causes. He has participated in the Bucas Lit Fest on several occasions, read at the Calabash Literary Festival in Jamaica, and in 2024 became the first participant from the Caribbean to attend the Tobago University International Literary Festival in India. He published his first book in 2021 and is scheduled to launch his second book in March of 2026. In spearheading this competition, Major Dorridge and his small team met on 4 occasions with our panel of judges to carefully develop and agree on a fair and transparent scoring rubric. They immersed themselves in the scoring application developed by Second Lieutenant Defintala, ensuring full understanding of the process and standards. Our judges did not simply arrive here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past few weeks, they dedicated long hours, often late into the night, to refining the criteria against which each cadet would be assessed. The process you see today is one that can withstand scrutiny. It is deliberate, structured, and designed to be fair to every cadet who has the courage to step forward and speak. To our cadets today, you have already succeeded. By standing here and finding your voice, you have taken a step that will serve you for the rest of your lives. Thank you, and I wish all participants every success.
We thank you for that, Lieutenant Ferguson. At this point in time, I would like to welcome to the stage the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Defense, Mr. Narayan Charan, as he brings his address to you all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and cadets. I stand on the protocols already established. I'm going to repeat that. I stand on the protocols already established. Do not come on this stage, tell anybody protocols observed. You have just breached your protocol. We are seeing influential individuals trying the shortcut. But if you don't want to go through the salutation list, or I stand on the protocols already established. I bring greetings on behalf of the Minister of Defense, the Honorable Wayne Sturge, who expressed to me that when he heard about the invitation that I got, that he would have liked to attend, but he is busy with other matters. I would also like to take this opportunity to bring greetings on behalf of His Worship, the Mayor of Port of Spain, the Honorable Chinua Allen, because I started my public service career in the Ministry of Local Government at the time. And I know his honor because when I was at the Ministry of Finance in the Investments Division, I was responsible for all state enterprises, and he was the then chairman of the East Port of Spain Development Corporation. So although he is not here at this moment, it is imperative upon me to ensure that I bring the necessary greetings for my friend, who is now the mayor. I'm now going to shift to that mic. Hold on to the podium and they never let it go. It is supposed to be an aid, it's not a crutch. This one will get. So it is not a crutch. You need to be able to utilize the stage to your advantage. For those of you who are nervous
I'm giving advice now. And you don't know what to do with your hands and it is all over the place. Take your pen or pencil and do this. It calms your hand, it gives it something to do, and it then allows your mind to focus on what you need to see. However, in some instances, you may need your hands to do something. Point at a chart, gesticulate to make a point. Use it appropriately. Do not put your hands in your pocket. People are going to wonder, what is he doing with his hand in his pocket? The other thing, if I don't have the jacket, and you have an ID like me, don't leave it on. Put it in your pocket. Because people are going to focus on that and not here. To distill the information into the points that are important. You may also want to bring in examples, but make sure that they are appropriate. When you are doing presentations, especially, the PowerPoint is not the presentation. We have lost the fact that in order to do a presentation, there is normally a paper, research paper that is done. That is a couple hundred pages. And the slide presentations are there to distill that and to allow the individual's eyes and mind to focus on the points. The other thing, do not read your slide. The education system works. Your audience can read. What you need to do if you are using slide presentations is to discuss the information that is on the slide, not read the slide. You need to be able to adapt and stay calm. I remember I have now become the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. And I was sent to represent the ministry in front of a Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. And they started to ask me and my staff some questions which none of us was there for. We were not sitting in the seat at the time. Now, we didn't have the answers, but you can't look like you don't have the answer. And you can't sound like you don't know the answer. Then they will jump on you and there's a feeding frenzy after that, and you are in the public space on the television. So you have to breathe, look like you're confident. When you're telling them that you are going to provide the information in writing, don't go, well, I will provide it in writing. You say, Chair, at this moment, I do not have the pertinent information. I will provide it in writing. When you do it that way, you sound like you know what you're doing. I have seen many a time where a permanent secretary has gone up on the parliament for a committee meeting, has the correct answer, and sounds like they don't know when they are providing the correct answer. So how you project is very important. The other point I want to bring is that debating is not how loud you can be. Our two masters of ceremony here is an example. One has a very powerful, loud voice, and the other has a soft, commanding voice. Pick one in between. Practice in front of the mirror. Practice in front of your family. And you will be able to master this art of public speaking. Public speaking is what you do every single day because you communicate your ideas, you debate with your parents what you want for Christmas, and how successful you are is dependent on how well you can convince them to give you what you want by spending their money. My son and I, we have these debates. Because he knows when he comes to me, because I have worked in the ministries across the public service in planning units, dealing with projects and funding and decision making, that when he comes, he can't say, Dad, well, I want this and stop there. He needs to tell me why. How useful is it? And then we come up with a conclusion. He was also in the debate team, so he likes to think he's very smart, he's very good at debating, but his father is better. So what I do, and what we do, we have these little debates that we have. It's not serious, but he's trying to use language that he learned in the debate club that he was in against me. But sometimes I have to tell him that his arguments are circular and doesn't make sense. Now I know sometimes when he brings what he wants, I know I will give it to him, but he doesn't know that. So I poke holes at him. I poke him. Why do you need this? What's the cost of this? Why do you want this so expensive thing? I know I giving it to him, but he doesn't know that. So I'm prodding him to get him to understand that you need to be able to justify, and you don't know if you're going to get it. And that way we develop the language, and we develop the rapport. There's always a little competition among us to see who can argue better without raising our voices, without getting angry, and then at the end of the day, he will say, yeah, well, I catch what you're saying. And then I will tell him, I didn't think about that. And that is the essence of the debate, to convey your ideas to individuals, to get support, to develop yourself. Because one of the other things that I do as Permanent Secretary is we go to the Ministry of Finance and defend our budget. Now I know, having worked at the Ministry of Finance, that you can argue all you want. We only have so much money. So the issue now is, how do I influence the budget division to give me more money? And that is where you see the debating coming in, the discussions coming in. So this is why the debate is so important. It develops you as the individual to be able to make smarter decisions. And when I say smarter decisions than the person that you are speaking to. Because you're trying to convince and influence them to ensure that you get what you want. And a lot of the times you have to understand that you may not get everything you want, but you will get some of what you want, and you could move on from there. So with that, I thank you. Remember, adaptability, the ability to condense a lot of information to points, be confident even if you don't know, be confident, project the confidence, and speak confidently. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those words of encouragement, Mr. Charan. Now we have our judges' introduction. So today we have 6 judges, including our chief judge. 7 judges, including our chief judge. Our Chief Judge, Miss Alice Woodhouse. Ms. Woodhouse is an educator, researcher, and entrepreneur specializing in social sciences and fitness training. Doctoral student at UE, University of the West Indies, and owner of the Movement Specialist with a background in the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force.
We then have Major Jones. She is a service-oriented leader whose steady rise through the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force ranks and meticulous work as a, yes, medical laboratory specialist. All these reflect such a methodical personality, truly showing that she is driven by precision.
Next, we have Major Sylvester Paul. Major Paul is a dedicated officer with over 50 years of service in the Cadet Force, rising from cadet to commissioned officer. Served as a public servant and volunteer in roles including Regimental Sergeant Major and Cadet Force officer.
Major Driscoll, an officer with the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force for the a senior officer who served as deputy commandant in his time. He has extensive experience in customer service as well. How would he judge our cadets?
Next, we have Captain Blades. Captain Blades is an experienced attorney specializing in corporate and family law with extensive background in civil litigation and regulatory matters. She currently operates an independent law practice and serves as a registered mediator with the Mediation Board of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm sure being an attorney, she has much experience in judging persons.
Fleet. Well done to that, my colleague. The retired Chief Petty Officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Mr. Jilks. He is a local historian, writer, social advocate, and also a former sergeant from St. Benedict's College. I am interested to see his scorecards.
Next, we have Flight Lieutenant Ken Julian. He was recently promoted in March 2025 from the rank W1, Warrant Officer Class 1, to Flight Lieutenant. He was previously the Force's Regimental Sergeant Major and is now attached to the Training Department. He's also attached to the Force's Rappelling Team. Very interesting stuff. Can we have a round of applause for all of our judges?
Okay, so now you, the audience, could you just simply put your phones on silent or vibrate as the case may be, and in the event of an emergency, we ask that you leave the hall in a way that would not disturb the cadets, because what I would say is that what they are about to do is very difficult. Not to mention, they also have a 3-minute timer. Now, you all heard about our judges, but
let's hear about how the judges will actually judge our cadets, what rubric they will be using, as well as point allocation.
Right, so we have 5 different scoring categories. I will not read every single item in the interest of time, but I'll give you a general idea of what is being judged. We have first category being diction, so the effective use of language, colloquial words and terms. Then we have confidence and delivery, so body language, fluency of delivery, not using fillers like as, so, etc. Then we have grammar. The speaker adheres to correct subject-verb agreement. We have the structure and strength of the presentation. So the speaker starting with a strong introduction, the speaker making a logical argument, speaker delivers a coherent set of ideas. Quotes should be correctly attributed, and the speaker should end strongly. Use of time, so there will be a penalty for exceeding the 3-minute time limit. There will be a visual timer that the speaker and judges can see, so the speaker will be aware if their time limit is approaching, so they have the best chance to avoid overlapping their time limit.
At this point in time, without further ado, we would like to welcome to the stage the first competitor. 29803, Lance Corporal Dalloway. 2nd Infantry Battalion. Okay, so going forward, we would call the regimental number, rank, name of cadet, followed by their battalion, as well as their unit, and then finally their topic. After which we would like you all to then applaud. So we welcome to the stage 29803, Lance Corporal Dalloway J. From the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Asha Boys College, Charlieville, Platoon 1, speaking on the topic, Future of the Caribbean Single Market and Economy.
The Caribbean is a region rich in diversity, culture, The Caribbean is a region rich in diversity, culture, and ambition. Yet, in a world shaped by globalization, small island states like ours face a crucial question. How can we grow stronger together rather than struggle apart? One major answer to this lies in the Caribbean single market and economy, also known as the CSME. Simply put, the CSME is an initiative that allows the free movement of goods, services, people, capital, and enterprises across participating Caribbean nations. It creates one economic space where citizens can work, trade, and invest freely. The CSME is a key achievement of CARICOM, whose 15 member states include Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana, St. Vincent, and more. Its origins trace back to the Treaty of Chaguaramas in 1973, later strengthened by the revised treaty in 2001, which laid the foundation for deeper integration. Now, what does this mean for the Caribbean's future? The CSME holds a tremendous amount of potential. A unified regional market can fortify trade, reduce import dependence, and boost global competitiveness. It can also provide more jobs for our young people, allowing a Barbadian engineer to work in St. Vincent or a St. Lucia nurse to work in Trinidad. This is the vision of a Caribbean where borders become bridges. Yet challenges remain. Implementation has been uneven. Some states are slow to harmonize laws and standards, and economic disparities complicate integration. With climate change, global recession, and shifting trade alliances, the Caribbean must act decisively to avoid being left behind. So what lies ahead? The future of the CSME must be built on digital transformation, education, and unity. By investing in technology, empowering youth, and strengthening regional trust, we can turn the CSME from an idea on paper into a lived Caribbean reality. In conclusion, the CSME is more than an economic plan. It is a promise of shared prosperity and a stronger regional identity. Its future depends on our generation, a generation ready to think regionally, act globally, and believe that together we are stronger. Thank you.
Something's telling me that round of applause may not have been loud enough. Let's get another round of applause. That was 29803 Lance Corporal Dollaway. Lance Corporal Dollaway is a STEM exemplar and a business savvy person. Lance Corporal Dollaway masters mathematics, physics, economics, principles of accounts, and principles of business. This Form 4 student calculates problems and solves them with equal skill. Today, he solves the problem of indifference. Now we wait on the judges. So,
while we wait, based on the round of applause and whose voices you would have heard, anyone here in the audience could tell me which officer that cadet belongs to? I really wonder. I would say that it was an excellent start for this competition, and we can see that as of now, not even one judge has decided on where they're going with it. So truly, they are thinking. This goes to show you that all judges are not just persons that listen and write down numbers. They sit down, think, and deliberate within their minds exactly what they are going to give a cadet who is presenting.
I'm sure the attorney on the board definitely has the other judges thinking a lot more than they usually might. So maybe she's having an influence on, their consideration on what their score should be.
At this point in time, we would like you all to just take note that after every 10 speakers, we would have one person from the TLD talks coming. And this will show you that sure, our cadets can present something of material, something to make you think a bit. But as well as our officers within the organization are just as great.
Well, we all know that 0 is really a number, so we have 0 submissions so far. We are waiting more submissions. They're coming very shortly.
Well, I know if this was a parade square, we have a couple warrants here. Couple warrants who I'm sure we would be hearing right now. Isn't that the case, warrants? Wouldn't you all just be making things go quicker, you know? And I'm sure about the captain on the judges panel, because as you would have heard, he was recently promoted from a warrant. And I think that he is truly someone who deserved it.
Now, me being a sixth form student, I did Caribbean studies, and one of the topics we would have discussed is the CSME, Caribbean Single Market and Economy. So I definitely had some understanding to what he was really into, and being a computer science student, the technology integration that he spoke about, I definitely think that is also something that has much merit to it. So most of the things that these cadets will be presenting today, I want you all to make sure to internalize it, understand what they are saying and where they are coming from and where they want us to go. Because this is not just about who could present the best. It's also about what the message they are trying to deliver is. And this is a platform that we are given to our cadets. Many young persons have ideas that they want to share, that they are willing to share, that they can share, but they may not have the platform to do so. So I want you all to remember that aspect of it, that this is also a platform for our young cadets to portray their ideas for the world.
I would like to thank the Deputy Commandant acting, as well as I know for sure Lieutenant Solomon, Second Lieutenant Diffenthaler, and all personnel that were involved in allowing this to happen, making this happen, because it truly is a platform whereby which our cadets can showcase themselves in a way that they are often never seen to be able to do.
just some minor technical difficulties with getting the scores up to the screen. In the meantime, though, I want your opinion. What do you all think about the order of the competition? Do you all think we save the best for first, the best for last, the best dead center? First shall be first. I like that one. I like that one. So how about the last shall be last? Nobody is last. So then the last could be first too. The judges will decide. That's correct.
Now, what I will say is that most of our cadets are either Form 5 or pursuing A levels, meaning that for their English A, SBA, or their Communication Studies IA, they have to do something that is similar to this, where you are given, or rather you choose a topic, and then you have to get information and then find a way to disseminate that information to an audience. So maybe for those cadets who are in those forms, maybe they have a slight upper hand, but that doesn't mean that those in the lower forms are not able to catch up to them. Who knows? Who knows?
I definitely think that being in a lower form and doing something like this is great preparation. However, imagine you've never done a public speaking thing before, and now you suddenly have this task. You have to research this topic, you have to write a whole essay, and then you have to do a verbal presentation on top of that. That could be stressful for the first time. So as a young cadet, Form 2, Form 3, and you haven't gotten to the SBA level as yet, doing something like this is a great start to, preparing yourself, getting accustomed to it. Exactly. 3 minutes is not very short, as in 1 minute, but it's also not that long either. You have a minute to introduce yourself, introduce your point, then the second minute you use that to argue your point, and the third minute is where you conclude. Some persons may choose to break it up a bit differently, so the first 30 seconds to introduce, and then they take 2 minutes to explain their point, and the last 30 seconds they conclude. The structure that you choose for your presentation would definitely depend on the level of complexity of the topic you want to speak on. So if it's something that needs a lot of introduction, then you may use the full minute, but if it needs more explanation and introduction, you would not use the full minute.
So, moving along, Lance Corporal Dalloway received an average of 77 points out of 100. At this point in time, we move to competitor number 2. We welcome to the stage 28967, Lance Corporal Henry S., Bishop's High School, Tobago, Platoon 1. She will be speaking on the topic, Can Tourism Replace Oil and Gas in Trinidad and Tobago?
Today, I address a question that lies at the center of our nation's conversation. Can tourism replace oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago? After careful consideration, the answer remains a resounding no. Tourism can complement our economy, but it cannot supersede the vast socio-economic influence of the energy sector. For decades, oil and gas have been the backbone of Trinidad and Tobago's economy, generating billions in annual revenue. This sector contributes the largest shares in government income through exports, royalties, and taxes. Tourism, while culturally vibrant and economically useful, simply cannot match the scale, stability, or global demand attached to the energy industry. Any attempt to rely on tourism as our primary economic engine would result in severe financial shortfall. This is a tempting thought, a vision of pristine beaches and radiant culture driving our economy. However, this perspective overlooks some fundamental realities. Trinidad and Tobago, though rich in natural, cannot generate the revenue required to sustain an entire nation of 1.3 million citizens. This is not to dismiss tourism's value. In fact, it can evolve into a powerful secondary pillar, partially through cultural tourism, ecotourism, and culinary tourism. The profits of the energy industry are not abstract. They fund the everyday functioning of our society. These fundings also extend to youth development institutions, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. Through government support, the TTCF receives uniforms, training resources, camps, and essential equipment. Without the financial strength of the oil and gas sector, critical programs like the discipline, leadership, and patriotism in our young people would struggle to survive. In conclusion, while tourism is vibrant, promising, and culturally enriching, it cannot replace the economic foundation laid by the oil and gas sector. Instead, our nation must embrace a balanced path. Sustaining the energy industry while expanding tourism as a supplementary force. It is this partnership new supporting the institutions that shape our future, including the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, which remains a proud symbol of youth empowerment, national service, and resilience. Back to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Well done, I say to you, Lance Corporal Henry. That was truly powerful. Now, a little bit about Lance Corporal Henry. Believe it or not, she is a triple science scholar, studying biology, chemistry, and physics. Now, I can say from my personal experience, that is truly difficult. And then to balance cadets. And not only that, but I have to come up here and do this. And did such an excellent job indeed. From Platoon 1, as a student, she connects past lessons to future solutions, as we just heard. We'll see. Who knows, maybe when she grows up, she might be able to do something with what she just said here. Who knows?
Gentle reminder to the audience, please remember to silence your phones or put it on vibrate. We do not want the outburst to potentially disrupt the participants. Sure.
So the topics that are being discussed here are not abstract. Those are the kinds of questions that when I was at the Ministry of Finance had to grapple with in coming up what are the areas that we are focusing on in the budget. What do we do, or we have to identify where our revenue sources are, and it is correct, 75% of that is from oil. Not necessarily crude oil anymore, but natural gas. We have been trying to diversify the economy, and tourism is one of the areas that we are currently looking at in addition to the others. So don't think that the issues that are being discussed here are solely abstract. They are applicable to the economy now, and we, as trained economists at the Ministry of Finance, are grappling with these questions currently. We saw the impact when we had COVID, because and price of oil fell, revenues fell, and then we had to figure out what do we do. And that is a real question. What do we do? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Charan. We have our results. The results are in. So Lance Corporal Henry got a score of 72.14. Our next speaker is from the 2nd Infantry Battalion.
All right, so we're giving the cadets a little break here. Right now, we are going to hear from Major Ojo, who is the battalion commander for the 4th Infantry Battalion. Somebody say the best battalion?
Stand down, Sergeant. Stand down, Sergeant.
All right, he is our first speaker for the TLD talks today. Major Ojo, I welcome you to the stage.
Good day. Good day, I'm Major Colin Ojo, as he said, as aforementioned, the Battalion Commander of 4th Battalion. I come to tell you all about the Trinidad Cadet Force, how august this body is, and the human service we have been given to Trinidad and Tobago. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force uses militarism so the cadets could benefit from the tenets of militarism: discipline, respect, obedience, patriotism, so as to create character with the ultimate goal of creating modesty. We have been doing this for a very long time. Now I'm asking a question I want no cadet to answer, only guess. How long do you all think the Trinidad Cadet Force has existed? Anyone? Just quickly we hear from the parent. Just identify your name so we'll know.
Hi, Giselle Shipley. I think it's 101 or 102.
Try again. Somebody else? Nobody else want to get harder, I guess? Right, okay. We have some shy people in our audience. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force has existed for 115 years. To me, that is phenomenal. Now, we have a tendency of saying 115 years, glibly, like by rote, but do we conceptualize how long 115 years is? Okay, so let me give you an example. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force existed before World War I. We saw it begin and we saw it end. We have seen Trinidad and Tobago through its political development, federal government, independence, and republicanism. And last but not least, we are older than the Panama Canal. Would you all believe that? Yeah. So what gives us this longevity? What gives us this longevity? I think is the human service that we have provided for 115 years. We give the cadets a sense of belonging. Everybody wants to belong somewhere. We show them appreciation. We reward them for their efforts. We help them with their esteem needs. Because I am telling you, when I was a sergeant, I was the best sergeant in Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, you know. Yeah, we might see Dorich and hail him out, you know, make him feel he's one of us, you know. Sergeant Dorich, and when you go on, you know, Trinidad, move along, look at him. You feel he hot? With the chubby self. You understand? Because he's from South, but was beautiful rivalry. We had a standard. Because when we dress, we come out with Texaco green soap, and you see the seam of the pants, razor sharp, don't come by us, you'll get cut. You will get cut. So we also help with the self-actualizing, just a big word, your fulfillment. Because at that point in time, that is all I wanted to be, a cadet. I didn't want to be no footballer, I didn't want to be nothing. My esteem was so high, I'm a cadet in the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. And most importantly, not taken away from your parents, but the adults are surrogate mothers and fathers. There's no ifs or buts about that. So, I have spoken to you all about how great the cadet force, but the proof of the pudding is always in the eating. Who have we produced? Well, I'll call some names that most people will be, the adults would be aware of. So, Mr. Carl Hudson Phillip, Mr. Selwood Richardson, former Attorneys General, Brigadier Carl Alfonso, Brigadier Joseph Theodore, Major General Ralph Brown, former heads of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, Dr. Hollis Liverpool, Calypsonian historian, Carl Jacobs of we used to party long ago now, the Carl and Carol Jacob films, yeah, that same Carl Jacobs. And former mayor of Port of Spain, Mr. Stevenson Sargent. And I believe that we'll have our next 115 years because we engage in youth development that the country benefits from. And how could we continue for 115 years? I am saying information, information, information. When I joined the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, there was no WhatsApp, no social media, but I learned about the Cadet Force by sight. Because Independence Day was a red letter day for my family. So we run down the road from Belmont, Eja River, Port of Spain, to watch the parade. And there you see the soldiers stepping up full 30-inch face, back of the neck touching color, statuesque, resplendent in the white. Then you see the fire service coming down the road and the marching, everybody's tribe going left, right. When they look, you see a man's tribe going right, left. Well, you know you're out of time, right? Like he didn't get the memo. And then you would see the police with the music and everybody jumping up with Prospect. Well, I thought Prospect was a rank, but I realized it wasn't a rank. Everybody bawling, Prospect. But you know what resonated with me in the midst of all our gaiety merriment? Seeing cadets. That is what interested me. And remember, they're too small. When they get bigger, they're not children like pests. So every Independence Day, I want to join that. Until I did. so nobody trying to do a cadet course. You know, sometimes you're going through town and you see people, fears cadet form must be part of that. And I am saying we will continue for 115 years because we are public good. Thank you, people.
Now for our
third competitor, Chima 29325, Lance Corporal Nathan. Topic: Young people should take the lead in environmental conservatism.
In today's society, we are seeing a unfortunate decreasing. Young teenagers, early 20s and even 30s are taking natural resources for granted. In today's society, we are seeing a depleted and squandered record diamond. if you want to.
My title is no easy task. Stage with light. Overwhelming at times. Just a reminder, his topic was young people should take the lead in environmental conservatism.
For all the competitors who are still in the hall, I'll let you know how I think about it, what goes through my mind when I'm up there in front of a crowd of people. Sure, I see people, officers, cadets, hearers, all of that. But in my mind, I do one thing. And that's imagine me on the parade square in front of squad drilling them. Because that way, I can relate to people. I can read faces because I'm sure you all know when you're drilling a squad, you have to be able to read your people. Be able to know if somebody going and fall or not. Even after you ask them if they're okay and they say yes, I'm okay. But you know they're going to fall. You have to read faces. Decide exactly how you want to go. So for you all who are sitting there, when you reach up here, you can try that. And even things like the phraseology or even AMI, Army method of Sergeant Seeley. And then all you just want to say maritime better than infantry. You know.
Now, Sergeant Vance, I have one question for you. What is one thing that makes infantry better than maritime? Just one.
Sergeant Seeley, what star level are you?
You see, in aviation, we do not merely have a star level. It's no mere star level. We wear aviation patches. So you can have aviation level 1, level 2, level 3. Sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We could do everything and more. And more. And more. And more.
Apart from the parades in South, how much parades will it be on?
All. all. Any parade you will find a maritime cadet, aviation or naval. We parading on the boat, we parading on the aerodrome, we parading on your ground, we parading everywhere.
You know, when I was younger, I'm not sure about anybody else. We used to say something like, this is the, this is the, So, yeah, I'm thinking here, boy. First is the worst, first is the worst, second is the best, right? Please be reminded, in terms of rank, Sergeant Seeley is before me, meaning he is first and I'm second.
Well, I thought he was blasting your own infantry battalions. First infantry. Just saying. I don't know. My response to that is that the youth is the future. The youth is the future.
Well said. Well said. All right, and the judges have now finished deliberating. We would now welcome to the stage competitor number 4. Yes. The score for the last 2 competitors at the case would have been for 29325, Lance Corporal Nathan. He received an average of 21.9 out of 100. And the score for 28967, Lance Corporal Henry, received 72.14 out of 100. We welcome to the stage competitor number 4, 31322, Private Campbell J. of the 2nd Infantry. Please note that competitor number 4, Private Udram, is absent today, so we will be moving to competitor number 5. That being 31322, Private Campbell J. of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Chaguanas North Secondary School, Platoon 1, with the topic, Relevance of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force to national development. So what I want the audience to do for me right now is for you all to encourage our cadets. We want them to be able to hear you. Make some noise. You all still a bit too soft, you know. I'm not hearing much. I'm not hearing. Okay, so another slight change. We will be moving on to competitor number 6. That being 30324, Private Figaro L. from the 2nd Infantry Battalion. Hoover East Secondary School, Platoon 1, with the topic, Harnessing the Natural Creativity of Our People to Solve the Problems of Our Country. The stage is yours.
Good morning to my senior, Private Figaro L, and I am here to discuss good morning to my senior and respected officers, distinguished guests, judges, and fellow cadets. I am 30324 Private Figaro L, and I am here to discuss harnessing the natural creativity of our people to solve the problems of our country. It has been said that a country or citizen can never succeed without creativity. Investing in skills and educational development nurtures critical thinking, creativity, and practical solving of problems from an early age is extremely important. In the words of the mighty sparrow, our rising population needs sound education. Platforms like the National Youth Parliament, where young people can innovate, I could start over, please. I could start over. Our country is filled with natural-born entrepreneurs. Some are faced with economic and social challenges. Yes, it's true, we are blessed as a nation with oil and gas, but our creative minds have the ability to innovate even in the face of adversity. Focus must be placed on institutional and financial support for our local entrepreneurs to innovate, for our local entrepreneurs to bring their solutions to life. The same thinking that is used to design a carnival costume can also be used to develop a more effective community crime plan. Community watch groups have evolved over time with the introduction of WhatsApp groups. Our country yes, I am 100% certain that everyone here present would be much safer and much happier in a better community. Won't we all? In closing, I would like for all of you to think just for a moment of some ways we can embrace our natural creativity. By doing this, we can build a stronger, dynamic, and more resilient country. Thank you. May God continue to bless our great nation.
Well done, Private Figaro. Well done indeed. Private Figaro studies sciences, languages, technology. Wow. Her portfolio spans the academic spectrum. As a 14-year-old from the Bravo Company in Platoon 2, she approaches learning like a soldier. and approaches a mission to steady to inspire change.
One judge submitted, two judges submitted. Let it go. Good. Like a comment to come. But you all could definitely think about some of the ways that the creativity of our people can be used to solve problems in our country, like crime, the large issues, the general issues that we might have in the country.
Okay, so do you all have anything that you all could think could mesh with the creativity of all people to solve the problems in our country? Like, isn't that interesting? Using creativity to solve an issue on a national level. I think that's interesting, don't you?
Judges submitted. The scores are in. Private Figaro got a score of 63.43. That places her at position number 3 on our current standings. Next up, from the Service and Support Battalion, Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force Steel Band Orchestra, Platoon 1. 30882, Private Collis A, speaking on the topic, the impact of social media on mental health.
For many of us, the last thing we see at night and the first thing we see in the morning is a screen. Social media has become part of our routines, habits, and thinking, and that matters. Good day all, I am 30882 Private Collis A, and today I speak as a young adult in a digital generation about the impact of social media on mental health. Social media connects, informs, and entertains us, but while it connects us to the world, it quietly shapes how we think, feel, and see ourselves. Let's deep dive on that a bit. As cadets, we are trained to be disciplined and mentally strong. Yet, social media challenges that discipline. It pulls our focus, distracts our minds, and competes for our time. Also, one of our biggest challenges is comparison. Online, we see perfect bodies, instant success. We compare that to our struggles, such as failure, fatigue, and pressure. Over time, that creates self-doubt, insecurity, and low self-esteem. But we have to remember this. Strength is not built through perfection. It is built through struggles. And the more you struggle, you will come out strong at the end. Next, we have addiction. Endless scrolling steals time, sleep, and concentration. For cadets, this weakens our alertness, emotional control, and decision making. All qualities essential for leadership.
Next, we have under the polished countertops, cyberbullying and public judgment. Online hurtful words spread fast. Stay online forever. Once that is there, it can never be erased. And some young people experience that every day. So once you realize that your words are online and they're forever, it just stays there. But in conclusion, as young adults and future leaders, we must protect our rest, set limits, and with the discipline that we have gained, let our digital lives and our mental health not be affected. We must stay strong and stay confident on social media, because a strong mind equals a strong leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Private Collis. Private Collis, the complete musician. I'm sure you all noticed she's the same cadet that played the anthem for us this morning, and she played it very well. Private Collis from the Steel Orchestra balances 12 subjects, including music, triple sciences, and business principles. I don't know about you all, but triple sciences is definitely something that's tough to balance. This 14-year-old creates harmony in academics and rhythm in life. Today, she composes inspiration. The skill that you use when you're composing music, I think that it would definitely translate to preparing a speech in making sure that it flows and that the music is heard, so to speak. You don't want to play music and then you're just hearing noise. Meaning that you don't want to be saying something and the audience is not understanding what you're saying or the message is unclear. So ensuring that you compose your music properly also ensures that your message is delivered clearly.
And just to add on that, even things like dynamics, the use of volumes, or proxemics, the use of space and distance between the audience, it also helps with your ability to deliver exactly what you're saying. And in doing that, using these variables could be the deciding factor. It could be 1 point, 2 point, 5 points, 0.01 of a point between first place and second place. It all comes down to just that one final moment.
I hear some music jargon there, like he's a music man. Somebody tell me that you just play pan.
Well, yes, believe it or not, I enjoy it so much. I found myself in a pan yard this week. I wasn't even playing in the band. I just sat down and listened to the band play their song for Panorama. Because there is something about the national instrument. It adds to our pride, you know? And not only that, it's widely known even outside of the Caribbean region. And I think we should be ultimately grateful and show appreciation for that. Don't you?
I definitely do. Yes, round of applause for our national instrument, the steel pan. The scores are in. 30822, Private Colors A got the score. Drum roll, please. They'll release it just now. They want us to wait.
You know what this reminds me of? You know, like, you're just scrolling on social media and you're like, hear about this movie that you want to see. It said coming out, let's say December. Then December come around, you get the following February. Following February come around, you reach January, the next year. I mean, but at the end of it all, when you actually sit down and watch the movie, I find it to be a bit more enjoyable than if I had initially been able to watch it when the initial release date was said to be. Something about anticipation lends to enjoyment. Yeah?
In some cases, I mean, for those of y'all who follow games, you know, the mystical GTA 6 that will probably never be released. Yeah, you know, the release date was supposed to be this year, and then it got pushed to next year, and I think that's like the third time it got pushed back by a full year. So we've been waiting on GTA 6, and some people think that maybe it's not gonna be as good as we think. Who knows?
Well, you know what they say, time will tell, time will tell. But I think the clock's silent. We have one of those silent clocks right now that you could only see moving, you can't hear it. You know?
But you ever had one of those non-silent clocks? I'm sure all of you know what I'm talking about, the non-silent clock when it's on the wall and the place quiet, current gone. And just going like that forever. It's a clock, it's not going to stop. So that clock ticking just get very annoying at times. Some people find it peaceful, but we won't talk about that.
What you was doing there? You was thinking. Yeah. Right. You were thinking, right. But like, how we managed to talk about clocks?
I don't know. How did we?
Time. So the audience is remembering what is happening on the stage. So then, let me throw this out to the parents, not the officers, because I know for a fact officers would always listen to you. No matter what you say, you don't even have to talk, you could just, and they will be able to repeat it. I know that for a fact. That is some superpower. So let me hear from the parents about something you picked up from the contestants that have already gone. Wow.
The cadet force usually applies a level of pressure to our cadets. It is meant for them to grow in that case. This is an opportunity for them to improve their skill. We have had training. We have had training sessions for these cadets to hone in their skills and make sure that they write a speech that is well presented. All that is left for them to do is to come here to present their speech.
You have to remember, diamonds are amongst one of the most beautiful things that humans can see. But what is the process by which diamonds are made? Pressure. And from something as normal as carbon. But through immense pressure, a diamond is made. And I'm sure when you see a diamond sparkling, think of it as a cadet here on this stage. They would have gone through many sessions. They would have given opportunities. This itself is an opportunity because you never know where you're going to find yourself. I mean, to be honest, the flight and I, we were just like, yeah, you're MCing. I was like, oh, all right. But here we are, under the pressure. Because, again, this entire side of the hall is just, you know.
But think of it this way. Being in the cadet force, it comes with a lot of challenges every single training day. From being in the classroom, learning military knowledge, to drilling on the parade square, being out in the field, doing various fieldcraft exercises. I'll pause right there. Our scores are in.
So, 30882 private colors got a score of 60.71 out of 100. Another round of applause for her. We welcome to the stage 29011 Private George J. Again from the Service and Support Battalion. This time from Cunopia Secondary School, the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force Band, Platoon 1. Private George will be speaking on the topic, the voting age in Trinidad and Tobago should be lowered to 16 years.
I am not here to Wow.
Minor technical difficulties. The timer will be on shortly. I'm going to continue from what I was speaking on before, the challenges that the cadet force has with its, that they give their cadets. So when you are on a field craft exercise, that is one of the tried and true things that I think is a challenging experience for a cadet. The first time you go on a fieldcraft exercise, it will always be difficult.
Good day, everyone. I'm not here to politely suggest change. I'm here to expose our democracy at this point in time. At 16 years of age, we can work. At 16 years of age, we are responsible enough to earn income and pay taxes. At the age of 16, we are responsible for many things that includes driving a car on public roads via permits. But yet still, at 16 or 17, we can't even vote. Now, thinking about it, it is a bit baffling to really grasp. Because while you all want us to handle the adult responsibilities or take the adult consequences that this country has to give us, yet still you all cannot give us the right to vote. No. The motion is simple. The voting age should be lowered, right? But when you really think about it, youths have been doing much for this country, meaning we have been dedicated, we have been putting forward our best, we have contributed to this country, but yet still we cannot be given the right to vote. Now, I want to speak on influence. Influence is not something that is only here for us teenagers. Adults are influenced by it too. Now you see I'm using the word again. Adults are influenced. Adults vote based on party colors, handouts, who paved their roads, and who gave out the best jerseys. People influence, again, is not something that is only there for youth. Now, the reason why I believe that they don't want to give us this said power to vote is because the people that are in charge of us are afraid that we will threaten the status quo that has been placed for many years. They want to protect that, and that absolutely makes no sense. We are living currently in a digital age. In a digital age, people, let me say that again. That is a digital age we are living in. And trying to suppress this by keeping these same things for the past how many years, it will not work. But again, I want to push this forward again. The voting age should be lowered because we have a say. We have contributed for far too long, far too long, to have no say in our very little country. Thank you.
Well done to you, Private George. And yes, we have a document here with the bios about each competitor. But just based on what he said, how he articulated it, I was able to tell that Private George was a youth parliamentarian. And indeed he was. He was a part of the 22nd cohort of youth parliamentarians. And by the way he managed to deliver his thoughts and opinions, I'm sure the clerks of the House had to talk to him a bit much. And that's not nice. It's really not. He is also studying for CSEC in 27 with mathematics, English A, computer studies, music, human and social biology, principles of business, and physical education. Wow. See, Cadet is good, you know, because we know that Cadet is about time management, and time management is about self-management. How you manage to do everything about you, everything that you want to do at the end of the day. And things like when you have to teach a class, some people don't like teaching a class, but I, for one, love to teach a class. Especially drill. Well, drill is my favorite subject right next to map and compass. You know? What about you, Sergeant Seeley? What about you?
Being an aviation cadet, my favorite subject would be aviation theory, right? In aviation theory, you learn many things. That's about the stuff on the ground, you know. As opposed to, you learn about aerodromes, the aircrafts, how planes fly. We even get simulators. This term, our unit had a simulator came in, and they actually had the opportunity to fly the plane on the simulator. Not some little game on a tablet, you know, a full setup, computer, everything. Imagine that. Those kind of things are opportunities that are like gold. You don't get to do that every day, right? Maybe you might be able to play it on a little tablet, as I say, but getting a full simulator experience like that is something that could change a cadet's trajectory from not knowing if they wanted to be a pilot to being like, yes, this is what I want to do. The scores are in. Private George got a score of 72 points flat. That places him third on our current standings.
Okay, so at this point in time, I would like to, again, welcome to the stage the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Defense, as he will give some final remarks to you all.
Your Worship, and my friend from the Ministry of Finance, and a colleague from the Ministry of Local Government, welcome. You have come at an opportune time. I just want to point out to all the cadets who have come so far and those who are coming now. The stumblings that we are seeing, they are not failures. It is simply a step to improvement. You fail only when you choose to do nothing after you have stumbled. So do not beat yourself up that you have stumbled, because in my case, I did not pass the Deputy PS exam the first time. And I could have said, well, they know what they want, I give up, and I will stay where I am and retire there. So what you need to do is to look at what happened objectively. You might not like what you see, but that's a good thing. And then you get your friends together and the people who give you guidance, and then you may hear what they have to say. And if you don't like what they're saying, you get some external advice. And then you determine, what do I need to do the next time to improve? So I told that to a group of probation individuals who, when we were at the ministry didn't split us yet, it was still national security. And there was a group of graduating probation individuals. They were of the opinion that they have failed. I told them the same thing. Failure only happens when you fail to do anything about what happened. And I welcome the mayor and thank you again. Unfortunately, I have other duties that I have to perform. And just like what the MC said, he got a call to say, well, you're MCing. Welcome to the life of a permanent secretary. Your minister just tells you 2 minutes before a meeting, I can't come, you go in there. And then you have to go and pretend that you know what you're talking about. And make it look as if the minister briefed you. And that is where what you learn here comes in. You go in and you project the confidence in the meeting, and people believe you. And then while people be talking, you take out your phone and you do your research, and then you come out and say what you have to say. So I have to beg your indulgence for me to leave now. But so far, it's excellent. I hope you all are paying attention to the guidance that you are getting from me and all the other individuals. I am proud of the cadet force. I know you all have your own rivalry, but I am the PS. I am your parent. I see the big picture and the whole board. All of you all are important in my eyes. You are equal.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Secretary. But let's not go spreading all the secrets of the trade. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At this point in time, we would like to formally recognize the Mayor of Port of Spain, His Worship, and can you all tell me who he is? A certain officer in white no longer seated there. So, to His Worship, we are grateful, we understand, and we are very thankful that you managed to come here still. Thank you very much. Right now, moving on to contestant number 9, 30608, ordinary rate, Wilson A. From the Maritime Battalion, Olivate Convent, Cooper, Platoon 1, speaking on the topic, relevance of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force to national development.
Good day all. I am 30608, Ordinary Rate Wilson A. Today, I'll be sharing how national development is shaped by the discipline, leadership, and unity that is fostered by national development. Discipline. Something our country needs now more than ever. Every day, we hear about school fights, violent confrontations online, and many young people getting caught up in crime. This organization gives teens a positive path, a place to grow, to learn, as well as a place where structure and respect matters. Another point is teamwork. Teamwork teaches respect, responsibility, and unity. Unity is taught, so the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force teaches discipline, unity, and teamwork. This is what our country needs. What we need is discipline. We all need it. This country is going down. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force can change all this. It can change the lives of many young people. Even though some don't choose to do that, we will always be ready to serve and protect this nation. So I close off today by saying thank you for listening to my speech.
unity, discipline, and teamwork. I like the sound of that. That was 30608 OR, ordinary rate, Wilson A. Ordinary rate Wilson A is a rising star. At 14, she represents the maritime future. From MTCCF, that stands for Maritime Battalion of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, this young cadet proves that every voice matters. Every rank leads. Today, she rose to the occasion. At this time, I'd like to invite His Worship the Mayor of Port of Spain, Chinua Allen, to give us a short few words.
Good morning, everyone. Let me begin firstly by apologizing for being a little tardy this morning and for being so casually dressed. Today is Saturday, and for the past few weeks, we've been doing a cleanup campaign in every part of the city. And so that as soon as I leave here, I have to go and meet the backhoe and the dump trucks and so on in C-lots. And we're continuing our cleanup and preparing the city for what might come and also preparing for the Christmas period. So I know this might be the first time some of you have seen me in jeans. You normally see me in a suit. But I want to thank and recognize the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force for this activity. I didn't know when I was the age to be a member of the cadets, I didn't know how important public speaking would have been in my life. If you had told me when I was 12 or 13 that I'll be standing on stage in City Hall as the mayor of Port of Spain, I would have told you a lie. And if you told me that the skills that I developed as a young person in being able to speak are skills that I would make use of literally every single day, I would not have believed you. But I know the things, the opportunities that I was exposed to as a young person that allowed me to develop in the way that I have given me the confidence to be able to stand on stage wherever you go. And you know, as a politician, it don't matter if it's a christening, it don't matter if it's a wedding, if it's a funeral. At any point in time, you could be called into service. Just yesterday, I went to a wedding, and I was sitting down minding my business. They had the first dance with the bride and groom, and then they had the dance with the groom and the mother of the groom. And I was sitting down minding my business, and they said, now we'll have the dance with the bride and the father of the bride, but the bride's father had already passed. So we'll ask His Worship the Mayor to come and dance with the bride. Now, I don't know who tell them that I know how to dance. But I recall several years ago, I accompanied my mother to dance class, ballroom dancing, because I said, well, I'll go with my mommy and things. So those skills I didn't know. I would have to put into use yesterday. And so I'm saying to you that all of the cadets that have come up on stage today and those that will come, all of the cadets that have played a role in helping their mates get ready for this competition, all of you are making a significant investment in your future. And for that, you have the support of the Council of the City of Port of Spain. And at any time that the Council can step in and lend any support to the cadet force, you know that we are only a short phone call away. You have our undying support. And I would like to congratulate all of you on this remarkable activity this morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. The results are in. O.R. Wilson got a score of 58.29. That places her at position 6 on our current standings. Our next speaker is from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Presentation College, Saguanas, Platoon 1. 29224, Lance Corporal Holder J. Speaking on the topic, can tourism replace oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago?
Although oil and gas has been a staple here in Trinidad and Tobago, I think it's time we push it away and put out the way of the old and introduce the new, hence tourism. Now, tourism has been aspired by a lot of countries, Caribbean and non-Caribbean alike. But what Caribbean countries don't have is what we had, oil money. And because of the oil boom that we have the money to build the infrastructure for said tourism. Now, the reason we cannot focus on oil and gas is simply because it's non-renewable and it's not sustainable anymore. If it was sustainable, that would be a whole different topic, but it isn't. And we need a backup plan, and that backup plan has to also become the main plan. Because so far, we were blessed to have natural gas and oil underneath our feet, but right now we're not doing anything with it. We're just finishing and then moving on to the next. And that's costing us millions of dollars. Whereas if we focus on tourism, I mean, look at our twin island, Tobago. The general unemployment rate has been on the decline due to the fact that they are getting employed at a fast rate. Because of the fact that they have such beautiful beaches, they have diving sites and coral reefs that cannot be accessed by land. Most sailors have to come, get their crew, and they have to go. And because of that, the unemployment rate is decreasing. Now imagine if that was here in Trinidad. Retail jobs, tour guides, the whole lot. All of them coming here and all of them gaining jobs. Because of the influx of population that would be coming into here, we would have a larger labor force to handle that. And because of that larger labor force, a lot of foreign exchange would also be earned. And because of the fact that we have less US dollars now, we can, instead of trying to go and get US dollars, we should decide to pull it towards us and we should earn it. Next thing. Due to the fact that oil and gas, right, they have peaks and falls. So it's not sustainable because you don't know if it will be $50 one day and $1 the next. While tourism is constant. Would you rather roll the dice and get $500,000 for 1 year and get $0 the rest, or $200,000 every single year constantly to feed even the latter generation? Personally, I would choose the $200,000, but hey, that's up to you. Thank you.
Well done, I must say, to Lance Corporal Holder. Its topic was, can tourism replace oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago? After listening to that, I'm thinking maybe it can. Initially, I thought definitely not, but that shows you just how much effort he truly put into this. Lance Corporal Holder is currently studying 8 subjects, including English literature, dual sciences, and economics. He reads the world through literature and analyzes it through science. Today, he writes his own perspective, and we see how well he did that. The judges are still deliberating on that one.
I, for one, think that the cadet force experiences that he would have gotten definitely exposed him to some very nice tourist attractions that might have led him to choosing this topic. Because when you go on hikes all over the place, you get to see some very nice waterfalls, beaches, and rappelling locations as well. So all of these different attractions are things that people from all over the world can come to Trinidad to experience. And through coming to Trinidad to experience it, it would boost our economy and, you know, everything else that he explained in his speech. He explained it very well. So I won't impose on his explanation. So far we have 3 judges submitted the scores. 4 judges submitted the scores. Can we get 5? 5? 5? Does anybody say 5? 5. Anybody for 6? 6 judges submitted. 6 judges submitted. Going once. Going twice. Sold? No one bought it. Ah, somebody bought it. 6 judges. Waiting on the last judge. Judges submitted their scores. So for Lance Corporal Holder, his score is 64.57. That places him at position number 4 on our current standings.
And now we welcome able-bodied rate, my mistake, 31365, able-bodied rate, Noel K. From the Maritime Battalion, Roxborough Secondary School, Platoon 1, speaking on the topic, artificial intelligence is a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed educators and students. I am regimental number 31365, able rate, Noel K, and today it's a pleasure to speak to you about a topic that has been transforming education around the world and that holds incredible promises for Trinidad and Tobago: artificial intelligence. Over the past decades, we have seen how AI has transformed various industries from healthcare to finance. But today I want to focus on its growing impact on education, particularly in our beautiful Twin Island nation. As we know, some students in a traditional classroom, we have seen that some students take a particular time in a traditional classroom, some students take an incredible amount of time to understand work, while some learn quicker than some. We have seen how AI has helped our various students and teachers in various things like helping with correcting papers and various other stuff. We have also seen that AI has control over most things. AI has impacted many people in various ways, as in helping. Thank you.
Thank you, A.R. Noel. A.R. Noel balances triple sciences with beauty and principles of business with poise. This 18-year-old from Platoon 1 understands that confidence comes from knowledge and presentation. Today, she presented change. Let's give it up for A.R. Noel once again. That was a very good effort by A.R. Noel. All of our participants are encouraged to make sure you compose yourself and breathe when you're going up. You don't want to hyperventilate and heise up yourself too much to become stiff, because then you may forget to do certain things, or you may forget parts of your speech. And you all already know your speeches by now, right? So just remember to stay composed and you all will be fine.
Truly, the cadet force would have helped, not only in ways that you might think. Let me speak from my personal experience. Initially, I was very shy, almost actually, yes, I was an introvert at one point in time. And if you ask my current unit commander, he would tell you that in Standard 2, when my brother was a cadet, I would come in on Saturdays and I would drill on the corridor while they were outside drilling. And he said ever since then, he knew that I would make it far. And some people might think, yeah, I did. But me, I would say I'm not far enough as yet. I want to reach the very end as a cadet. And that is something the cadet force has always helped me to be able to do. Always see things through. So I want our cadets to be reminded that you yourself see this through. Finish strong, finish bright. Because all your efforts went into this. After all, you know what they say? It's better to try and fail than fail to try.
Well said, Sergeant Barnes. But Sergeant Barnes, like you in the cadet force longer than me? Since Standard 2, you say, not Form 2, you Standard 2? That's a baby drilling.
That's why my favorite subject is drill. Come on.
All right, I hear you, I hear you. So one thing I could definitely say about Roxborough Secondary is that it's a school that is in a rural area and it's very serene. But that serenity, it could give it like, you know, some people might believe in zombie and them kind of thing, you know? So at the back, well, technically it's at the front, but it has a hill and it's just bush, right? So this year, matter of fact, we went on a camp in Roxborough Secondary, and some of the cadets would have been scared because they seeing all this bush there, and you know, some cadets nowadays, city children, concrete jungle, them kind of thing, right? And them seeing all this bush in the back there, them hearing that sort of thing making noise. It's like, but what going on here? And at the back of the school is this big, big, big field. And at the end of the field, it has more bush. So, you know, when you're in the school here, it's a bush behind you, bush in front of you, bush at the right. It's just bush. So these cadets would have been very afraid. And one of them was telling me, Flight, I don't want to go and sleep, you know. I afraid something come for me. And I tell him, what are you afraid for? It's nothing coming for you. We right here, it's our people working century and thing, but Flight, what if something come for me? So here what I tell him to do. I told him to go and work century. But he frightened. He don't want to go and sleep inside the school. He go and work century now. But I tell him, go and work century. You will see for yourself, it have nothing outside there. Go on outside now, working century. Somebody decided to play a little joke on him. So, the cadets working century, he already scared, mind you. So he sit down by the desk and he just watching so. And he just watching the road. The road dark, no cars passing, nothing. Next thing you know, the boy here a stone land behind him. But what is that? Now, I already say he done scared, but at this point he frantic, borderline frantic. So he get up now and he watching all around him. All around. He not watching in one spot for long. He just like he making circles like a fidget spinner. Next thing I know, I hear a standstill call. And he get frightened because he know everybody asleep. So he thinking it's some zombie calling some standstill. And I had to go and tell him it have nobody calling no standstill this hour of the night. Maybe they might call a stand sleep or something. Just stand down, sleep, something. But I'm trying to calm him down because he's being very frantic about this because he's not used to this kind of environment at all. But the point I'm making is that a new environment for cadets is definitely a daunting thing, be it going from your concrete jungle to a rural environment, or going from not speaking to anyone at all to speaking in front of a crowd, you know? So that's the point I was getting at there.
And it's in these new environments that you have new experiences that truly makes being a part of this organization enjoyable. I mean, come on, you get to meet and interact with so many people, shared experiences. Like, one example, recently there would have been an exercise down the islands, right? And after the cadets on the exercise made camp, you tell people to bed down while others work sentry. And part of the exercise would have been the reaction of cadets when somebody comes and tries to take another cadet from the camp, because you're supposed to alert everyone, get them ready to prevent that from happening. Well, here's what happened. So the cadet was sleeping, and the cadet woke up and saw the officer getting ready to take him, right? So what would you do? Make noise, scream, something, go back and sleep, right? All those options. What the cadet did was watch the officer, let the officer take him, and that was that. So nobody knew until in the morning. They were like, where is this cadet? And then he came out, yeah, I went with so-and-so officer. And then the officer would have told him, no, I took you. You did not come with me. I took you. And sure, in the moment, it might have been scary or whatever, but when you look back on it, it really is enjoyable that you managed to get that experience. And cadets provide so much experiences. And one thing I'm very fond of, and I'm sure we're going to have one in a little while, would be the experiences of the officers. Because I know my time from your time are two different times. And your experiences, I always find myself enjoying it, cracking up. So I'm looking forward to seeing one of the officers put themselves out there to share your experiences with the audience. I'm sure the parents too would love to see that, because sometimes they only hear about the officers. Now you're actually getting to see them, listen to them. And I'm not pointing any fingers at any particular officer, you know. I'm really not pointing any fingers at any particular officer. But yeah, because sure, they are officers, but they truly care about us. And you might not be able to see it, but they also do so many things for us. They literally put themselves out there. Okay, so score is not coming up on the screen. So the score for is 50.71 out of 100. Another round of applause. And now we welcome to the stage 28826, leading seaman Herbert J. from the Maritime Battalion, Manzanilla Secondary School, Platoon 2, with his topic, The Power of Reading. I wonder why this keep on happening. I feel it happening more with people who in blue, you know. You know, I just feel so. I just feel so.
Given the topic, the power of reading, I am here to discuss with you all how reading encourages discipline, expands knowledge, and enhances leadership. In an era defined by rapid innovation, constant distractions, and digital overload, we must rely on our powerful and timeless source of strength, the transformative power of reading. Reading may seem simple, even old-fashioned, but For a cadet in the 21st century, it is nothing less than intellectual training. It sharpens our minds. The way drill sharpens our bodies. Reading cultivates discipline. When we engage with a book, we practice focus, patience, and consistency. Qualities essential for good leadership and excellence. It's like doing PT, but in the library. You may not always want to do it, but you'll thank yourself later. Reading expands knowledge and strategic awareness. Through books, we gain access to insights of extraordinary leaders, innovators, and historical figures like Dr. Stuart Hall, a renowned Jamaican cultural theorist who used his knowledge of literature, history, and sociology to shape our understanding of Caribbean culture and identity. Reading enhances our ability to anticipate challenges, evaluate situations, and make informed decisions. Skills every competent leader must master. We develop critical thinking, discernment, and intellectual independence. A cadet who reads is a cadet who can navigate through complexity with confidence. Leadership does not begin with rank, it begins with comprehension, an understanding of ourselves, of others, and the world we hope to influence. And comprehension begins with reading. As cadets of the 21st century, we face challenges that demand intelligence, resilience, and creativity. Reading equips us with these qualities. It empowers us to become articulate, informed, and visionary leaders. So let us embrace reading, not as a chore, but as a catalyst for growth. Because when a cadet reads, a leader evolves. I am 28826, leading Seaman Herbert J. of Mantling and Naval Watch Maritime Battalion. Thank you.
All right. I had to choose my words carefully now, I realize. So, here's something interesting, right? Leading Seaman Herbert studies Caribbean studies, sociology, entrepreneurship, and art and design. With that being said, he still came here to speak on the power of reading. And give another round of applause if you believe he did an excellent job. And the power of reading is truly amazing. Because when you get sent the administrative details and you have to comb through Annex A, Annex B, Annex C, worse yet if it's promotions or star examination results, the power of reading really helps. And I'm sure it will help him with his Caribbean studies. So, right now, while the judges are deliberating,
so as I mentioned before, the cadets would have been prepared for this session by having a few different training sessions. One of the instructors is present with us today, and I would like to invite her to say a few words. She will introduce herself. Can we get a round of applause for her, please?
First of all, I'd like to commend our wonderful MCs. The reason why I was asked to introduce myself is because I am Josephine Learmond Creaky. Creaky as in your knees need oil, kind of creaky. Who's a fan of the Olympics? Raise your hand if you're a fan of the Olympics. The creed for the Olympics. The important thing in the Olympic Games is not to win, but to take part. The important thing in life is not to triumph, but the struggle. The essential thing is not to have conquered, but to have fought well. And I was inspired to bring this up and share this with you because, as I said as part of the training, not everyone can win. Of course, it's wonderful to come first, but not everyone can come first. However, you're in competition with yourself, and it's to do your personal best. And that is where I would like you all to give the cadets a huge round of applause. This lady over here talked about the pressure the cadets are under. Yes, it is a huge pressure. And it's also pressure that they would feel later on in life as well, whether it's in a meeting room or being called upon to give an impromptu speech. One of the questions I asked them, I conducted 2 sessions, and one of the questions I asked them was, how many students do you think fear detention more than public speaking? Any offers? Who fears detention more than public speaking? Who fears public speaking more than detention? Would you like to have a guess? Yes, or death. There are no actual studies on this to my knowledge. However, studies have shown that adults fear public speaking more than death, by something like 76%. So if it is that the adults fear public speaking, exactly. And so what I've been hearing on stage and what you have been hearing on stage this morning, and you're going to be hearing later on, some beautiful arguments, and I think our country is in a great shape of hands. If any of you have got contact with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, please impress on them what you're seeing today. Because I really think that this initiative should continue for the next 500 centuries. Because I lived in the UK for many, many years. And just before I left, I read about one particular year there were some riots. And one of the reasons attributed to the riots was that the youth felt as if they did not belong. A lot of the youth felt, or a lot of the youth, English was like their second, third, or even fourth language in the home. And they joined the gangs for family, for connection, which is why some of the cadets have joined the cadets for family and a sense of belonging. We heard about the creativity of our people this morning. One of the solutions is that we get more public speaking activities going on, because then they may, I'm not saying that they will, the students may feel that they can communicate verbally rather than with their fists or even with the camera. Because I'm hearing, as you know, about cyberbullying and things happening. Let us see if we can give our students, our youth, something more important that they can actually use to, instead of resorting to violence, that they can actually communicate and have that voice. And we heard about some of the previous cadets, that they have gone on to be attorney generals and lead different branches of our defense force and things like this. And so therefore, let us speak to anyone and everyone who can, and I acknowledge his worship for saying that he's just a short, not a long, a short phone call away. I'd like to suggest that they put in a red phone, and then they just press a button and it lights up in his office straight away. So, once again, please join me, and this time let's raise the roof and congratulating our cadets and taking part today.
Thank you, Miss Josephine. The results are in for LS Herbert. His scores are 85.57. Next up, we have from the Maritime Battalion, Presal Secondary School, Platoon 2, 29290, Senior Air Cadet Hanif G, speaking on the topic, Artificial Intelligence is a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's welcome her.
When was the last time anyone here actually opened an encyclopedia? I'll wait. I wonder how many of you even know what an encyclopedia is. These days, children use ChatGPT so much. In my honest opinion, AI has such a negative impact on some students. I am 29290 SCC Hanif, and I've been granted the privilege to discuss whether artificial intelligence is a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago or not. This debate may run for years, battling between the many pros and cons. However, research shows that AI tends to have more disadvantages within the frame of education. But we'll get into that. Though it has its perks, many students take advantage of the software. Want to hear a story? Listen. So, just last week in school, some students from my class were using ChatGPT for maths. And guess what? The answers were wrong. I felt sorry for them. But then again, ladies and gents, according to CBS and Youngstown State University, 35% of information gathered from these platforms aren't usually accurate. Even statistics show that 65% of teachers are concerned about plagiarism in their student scripts. A good education doesn't just fill the mind, it's the person we become. AI is depriving our nation's children of expressing themselves and processing information without the aid of a browser. Whatever happened to creativity? Whatever happened to challenging ourselves, to be or not to be? At this point, it's best we say our names are search bar and keyboard. Instead of using it as a guide, students use it as their easy way out, not putting any real effort in. This is why I believe that although we are in a modern age of technology, our parents and our peers need to start encouraging creativity and individuality toward our children. We need to start boosting confidence within our students and their ways of learning. As I leave you all today, I want you to start challenging yourselves. Let's try to avoid using these automatic search engines as of 8 a.m. on Monday. No, better yet, as of midnight tonight. And let's try to strike a balance, because if you ask me, there's simply no comparison between artificial intelligence and the great human intelligence. Thank you, everybody.
That certainly left an impact on you all, I am sure. And especially that very subtle, sneaky little thing. I shan't repeat it. SAC Hanif masters electronic document preparation alongside human and social biology, Spanish, as well as geography. This Form 5 student studies documents. And in those documents, she has the present whilst she prepares for the future. Now, I will give another applause to her, because the fact that those are her line of subjects and she believes against the use of AI, that says a lot about her character and the amount of time she puts into everything that she does. So let's give it up for her again.
I'll also note that this is the first competitor that counter-argued the topic. So the topic is artificial intelligence is a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago, but that doesn't mean you have to agree with the topic you're speaking on. You can counter-argue it. It's all about your perspective. 5 judges submitted, the last 2. Come in quick. No delays.
Hopefully they don't make you a liar.
I don't lie. When have I ever lied? Never lied. I already said that maritime does a lot more than infantry, and that wasn't a lie, so.
Oh, we reach back here. Like, come on. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Now for the scores for SAC Hanif. Out of a total of 100, she received. This is the silence it is here when a standstill call, by the way. 82 points. Moving swiftly along, we welcome to the stage 30433 from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Vishnu Boys Hindu College, Platoon 1, Private Chinapu K. Speaking on the topic today, young people have the power to lead societal change.
Young people with significant power to lead societal change through their inherent energy, creativity, and digital fluency, allowing them to create innovative solutions to global challenges, from artificial intelligence to sustainable infrastructure. This digital fluency enables them to organize and participate in global campaigns and protests, amplifying their voices on critical issues like climate change and social justice. With fresh perspectives, young people are at the forefront of advocating for equality and justice. They challenge outdated traditions and bring new, bold ideas into politics and governance. Young people possess a unique blend of energy and inventiveness that naturally drives progress. They are more connected to modern technologies, allowing them to create innovative solutions to global campaigns and protests, amplifying their voices on critical issues like climate change and social justice. With fresh perspectives, young people are at the forefront of advocating for equality and justice. They challenge outdated traditions and bring new, bold ideas into politics and governance. To fully harness the power of youth, societies must empower them. This involves providing platforms for their voices to be heard in decision-making processes, investing in their education, and supporting their efforts to drive renewal. These are some of the attributes of young people and how they make our world a better place. Allowing young men and women to inherit an improved world. Almost done, almost done. Thank you.
Thank you, Private Chinapu. Private Chinapu does 11 subjects and counting. That is a lot to juggle. Private Chinapu's academic range from drama to agricultural science, from Spanish to IT. I don't know about you all, but that's like 3 languages right there. Because to talk to a computer is a whole different story, right? He defines versatility. A Form 3 student who knows the stage is where ideas grow. Today, he plants the seeds of change. being a drama student, I'm sure he's very familiar with a space like this, you know, having lights, camera, action. And that definitely showed in his composure in presenting his speech. We have 3 out of 7 judges submitting these scores. Do I hear 4? I hear 4. I hear 6. I don't need to yap this time. So let me tell you all something about, okay, never mind. So the scores for Private Chinapu. 30433 Private Chinapu K got the score 58.71. That places him 9th on our current standings. Point to note, we do have a new leader of the leaderboard, L.S. Herbert. Now we have from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Waterloo Secondary School, Platoon 1, 29208, Private Logan N. Private Logan is speaking on the topic, relevance of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force to national development.
The national development of Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force has been happening for over 115 years. So obviously there has been development. Seeing that youth development is one of most of the important things that have been pushed by the Cadet Force, using military training to build us youths to be productive, responsible, and disciplined in the things we do in life. Also, some of the skills that we learn help us in many careers that we may see ourselves doing, like navigation. Navigation could help us in many ways. Hiking, you get lost, you know, officer just hand you a map and say, find your way, lead your section. They like to do with that. Don't tell you nothing, just hand you a map. You must find your way. And I'm sure some of us as recruits, and I know for sure, but the 2nd Battalion PCC unit has heard this a lot. One band, one song. Teamwork. Officers always pushing that. You cannot leave a cadet behind. If a cadet make a mistake, all of they have to drop. All of they have to suffer. And suffering, that is how we discipline. That is where the discipline come from. The suffering, the hikes, the PT. I was so happy when we didn't have PT no more. Whew. I pray that day, walking Sunday, Saturday, no more PT. Ooh. Ooh. we officers must have liked we that Saturday. But I know, they like we a little bit, little thing. But that's not the only thing the development of the cadets force has done for us youths. They modeled us to be decent citizens. Model us to be decent citizens, and that's really the greatest thing that it has done. Thank you.
Well done to Private Logan. At the age of 17 years old, Private Logan studies information technology and is regarded as a specialist. And that takes a lot of effort because, as the flight would have said, talking to computers is indeed another language. A very difficult language. In this generation of digital leadership, she codes, she leads, she speaks. Today, she programs inspiration.
You want to run with it?
Somehow I feel whenever I talk and after cadets speak, the judges just take long, you know. It's just a hunch. Oh, once I see that, right, sir, right, sir. Right. But again, it shows that no matter, or rather, I should say this, all the cadets that come here to speak are treated the same way under the same rubric. And the judge's deliberation always lends to this. Deliberation with a capital D.
One thing I will definitely say is that the words one band, one sound, I definitely I'm not accustomed to seeing it this high up. I usually, you'll hear it most of the time being level off, It's not something that you usually see standing.
It's not so much an inside joke, but what it means is that you are one batch, one unit. Meaning that if he does something, I take it, or we all take it as we all did that. With that being said, the score is in. We have 52.57. Well done to Private Logan. Now we welcome 29663 Private Shipley K of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, Scarborough Secondary School, Platoon 1. Speaking on the topic, integrity is the most important core value among the core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force.
So, integrity. I-N-T-E-G-R-I-T-Y. Integrity. Keyword. Discipline, patriotism, responsibility, leadership, respect for self and others. If these sound like stellar and sound values of the cadet force, I hasten to say that the greatest is yet to be called. What good is a cadet who is disciplined, patriotic, responsible, a born leader, respectful, but lacks the most essential and poignant value of integrity? I dare say he's like a loaded rifle with the potential to harm when its main purpose should have been to protect and serve. As a cadet, Integrity is about doing the right thing even when no one is watching. It's about being wholehearted and undivided. It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principle. In the cadet force, cadets that do not have integrity tend to be left behind. But on the 24th of December 2001, a born Tobagonian, a wee boy, A.N.R. Robinson, made a speech about spiritual and moral values. He spoke to decide who would have been the prime minister to break the 1818 national election deadlock. Even legends like His Excellency A.N.R. Robinson knew the importance of integrity. That is why integrity is the most important core value in the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. To do the right thing even when no one is watching. Thank you. Master of Ceremonies.
Let's give it up once again for Private Shipley. Private Shipley is a student who does both theater arts and mathematics. He balances analytical thinking with dramatic expression. I'm sure you all saw that on the stage. The perfect combination for compelling speaking. The attention that he grabbed with you all by marching out here. You all might have been like, what going on here? Nobody marched out here before. This 15-year-old from Platoon 1 understands that every speech is a performance with purpose. Yes, 15 years old. Some of you all must have thought he was older than me. We now await the judge's decision.
So you realize now they'd be in fair. Taking along with the both of us, right?
No, they didn't.
All right. I feel they like blue enough. They might like blue, I'm not sure. Wow. Okay. So, Private Shipley got a score of 79.71. Well done, placing him in third place. We now welcome to the stage 28398 Corporal Laguerre C. from the Maritime Battalion, Arima Central Secondary School, Platoon 1, with the topic, Learn to Embrace Technology.
Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Before I start here today, I'd like to ask a quick question. Who here has used technology this morning? Maybe you checked WhatsApp. Maybe you even argued with Google Maps on the way here. See, technology is already a key part of our daily routines, and we barely notice it. So, what exactly is technology? To put it in simple terms, technology is a tool used to make our lives easier. Not too long ago, to find out what was happening in our country, we had to buy newspapers. Now, one tap, and you're able to find out what's happening anywhere in the world at any point of time, and for free. Let me tell you a secret. When I was in high school, I struggled to complete my assignments on time. Now, with the advancement of artificial intelligence, my best friend, I'm able to complete my assignments in half the amount of time. It's like a study buddy that doesn't sleep. Technology also connects us. Take COVID-19, for example. We relied on technology to keep our society afloat. School was online, work was online, even birthdays and funerals were online. Without technology, we would have lost years of progress. And here's the important part. Technology isn't perfect. Like everything, it has its downsides, but it is not the tool, it is how we use the tool. A knife can be used for cooking. In the end, we decide. Before I leave today, I'd like to remind you all that technology is not our enemy. It is a tool that connects us and puts information right into our laps. I'd like to leave you with one message today. Learn to embrace technology. Because whether we like it or not, technology will be a part of our future. And those who learn to embrace it, not fear it, are the ones who will succeed in their lifetimes. I am 28398 Corporal Legay. Thank you.
Well done, well done. You know, something tells me that Corporal Laguerre and SAC Hanif would not get a show. You all know? Someone said too much, oh my gosh. Out of a total of 61 persons. Wow. Isn't that something? We managed to get 61 cadets here, each from different battalions and units, to come and speak excellently on a stage in front of you all, showing their opinions and showing their points. The cadet force really is something indeed.
I don't want last judge submit. I have something to say. Embracing technology, learning to embrace technology. I believe that our country can embrace technology in many ways. The way I am going to refer to particularly is with our public transportation. And I'm going to break my formal speech right now, but you see PTSC and the delays, it's not good. Sometimes you could wait on a bus forever, honestly. You see, you're going for the 2 o'clock bus. 1:55 p.m. you get an announcement, the 2 o'clock bus not running. The next bus is 4 o'clock. But you have places to be. But you still want to take the bus, so you say you go wait. You go walk around San Fernando or Port of Spain a little bit. Maybe do a little shopping, buy a little gift for somebody. You come back, 3:55 p.m. The 4 o'clock bus not running. These are things that could be improved by technology, by either knowing what's the status of the bus that's running, if it's running late, something like that, or what's the status of the bus itself, meaning like if it's going to break down or something, or it needs servicing, you'd better be able to advise that in advance so that you would avoid a bus breaking down on you. So at that time, I was leaving Port of Spain, went for the 5 o'clock bus. The 5 o'clock bus reached 6 o'clock, and the 6 o'clock bus that came it break down in Belmont. I didn't even reach far. The bus break down. So you have to wait again for another bus to come, and it's just a whole lot of stuff. But anyway, enough talking. The results are in. Corporal Laguerre got 76.29. That places her 5th on our current standings. Next up, we have from the Maritime Battalion, Arima Central Secondary School, Platoon 2, 29615, Senior Air Cadet Ramroop S. Speaking on the topic, the Trinidad and the Tobago Cadet Force helped me set and achieve personal goals. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good morning, all. Oh, okay. Good morning, all. When I first joined the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, I thought it was an organization that transformed youth into disciplined individuals through strict training. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force does much more than just discipline young people. It also shapes their mindset by encouraging them to set goals, achieve personal growth, and build strong character. By adapting and adjusting to daily training and activities, I learned the true meaning of obligation. Because being a cadet means knowing when to pivot, when to step up, and when to take responsibility. However, like every other human being, I had personal weaknesses. I often felt nervous, spoke softly, and struggled to manage tasks efficiently. That is exactly why we need to set goals instead of just daydreaming about being a leader without seizing the opportunity. I knew I needed to strengthen my confidence, but confidence is a process. It doesn't appear overnight. I pushed myself to learn the drill manual and write down every command I knew so I could call them accurately, loud, clear, concise, and consistent. Because in my perspective, calling words of command requires the most confidence. I practice both in my unit and at home, and today I can proudly stand before you and speak. I also recognize that the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force helped me to become more proactive. As a leader, I must know how to anticipate challenges instead of waiting for instructions, take responsibility for my mistakes, show enthusiasm, and always be prepared. By doing this consistently, I grew into a more proactive and dependable cadet. The Cadet Force also taught me that success often comes when you pivot, adapt, and stay committed no matter the situation. For example, when teaching basic care and noticing persons were distracted, I learned to change my approach, maybe moving the lesson to the field instead of a hot classroom, or adding a fun activity to regain their focus. Pivoting helps you lead better, teach better, and grow stronger. Parents, judges, officers, and cadets, I hope that you all understand that the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force is not just an organization. It is a journey of self-improvement. It takes ordinary young people and shapes them into confident, proactive, and adaptable leaders of today's society. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Senior Air Cadet Ramroop. SAC Ramroop studies law, sociology, and entrepreneurship. At 17 years old, she combines legal thinking with social awareness and business innovation. She argues for justice, understands society, and builds futures. Today, she makes her case. Now, one thing she mentioned in this speech was that she used to speak softly. But I think she's definitely overcome that hurdle now because that was a very loud and clear message. Let's give it up for SAC Ramrup once again. Bang. Now, one thing I want you to note, she said when she's teaching basic air, not military knowledge or drill. Just keep that in mind.
So are you saying that basic air is more important than the APC star syllabus?
I am saying that it's something additional.
So additional, right? But the thing is, right, not everything that you add always means that it makes you better. Sometimes you could add something bad. I'm not saying that basic air is bad, but I'm just saying that sometimes adding may not be the right solution, you know?
Oh, the judges wanted to stop that one. SAC Ramu got a score of 69.57.
We welcome 28383 Lance Corporal Charles D. of the 4th Infantry Battalion. Yes, 4th Infantry Battalion, Eastern Command, Brazil Secondary School, Platoon 1, speaking on the power of reading.
Pleasant good morning, everyone. When was the last time a book truly changed your life? When last did you enjoy a story that truly changed your life? When last? When last did you turn a page and the ink in it inspired you to read and become a better person, not for only you, but for everyone around you? Reading is power. It gives a voice to the voiceless, hope to the hopeless, and inspires each and everyone to gain wisdom to be a better person. In an era of scrolling and swiping, headlines and hashtags, reading is the most powerful thing a human can possess. Reading inspires everyone to become a better person. Reading inspires all of us to be who we are truly meant to be. Reading inspires everyone to be who they are. In an era where everything is on scrolling, headlines, and hashtags, when last did a person pick up a book or a page and truly inspired you as a person to be a better you? In an era where everyone has a phone, a tablet, a device, when last did you pick up a book and read for your own benefit? In the era of headlines and hashtags, paper and pen and a book and a paper is what you truly have to be a better person for you. Reading inspires us all to become better, to develop mentally and physically. Through reading, you can develop a better you. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Lance Corporal Charles once again. Lance Corporal Charles is a university scholar in the ranks. At 19 years old, he pursues criminology while serving in Platoon 1. I don't know about y'all, but I'm definitely noticing a bit of a pattern. A lot of criminologists are future criminologists on the stage right now. From preventing crime to promoting change, this future criminologist understands justice requires voice. Today, he speaks for what's right. Fun fact about Lance Corporal Charles, he is a former maritime cadet, and at a point he was my batch too, like we passed out same timing, 2019. Feel a little old, boy.
Well, you know what they say, the grass green on the other side.
Let's just say he wanted to try something. He wanted to try something different. He came from the greatness now. He came from greatness and he just wanted to see what the other side looks like. He didn't know if the grass was really that green, you know?
Okay, but if it really is the greatest, why would you move in the first place? Think about that.
He wanted to prove that it was the greatness. By experiencing infantry, he would know that maritime truly is the greatness.
Wait, what's that I say? Lance Corporal Charles? What? Sorry, the results out, so I can't say that. Right, so he received 54.86. Well done to Lance Corporal Charles.
Our next speaker is also from the 4th Infantry Battalion, Holy Cross College, Platoon 1. 30006, Corporal Nanku J, speaking on the topic, harnessing the natural creativity of our people to solve the problems of our country. Let's give it up for Corporal Nanku.
Boom, boom, pow! Were those gunshots just now? Boom, boom, pow! Was that the beating of the steel pan from town? You see, Trinidad, like others, is a flawed country, but we have a true gift that no one can take from us. The beat of the pan, the curves of the dam Lorraine, the heat of a doubles. Our natural creativity may just be the thing to save our country. I am 30006, Corporal Nankuje. I want you to help me save our country. Who here listens to local artists? What is the difference between them and the unruly criminals living deep within our ghetto communities? Time and how you spend it. When you sit down to paint, sing, or bailar, each second you spend there is a second spent off the street, a second closer to greatness and success. When we spend our time doing these constructive and creative things, it pulls us away from the bad influences woven into the pitch of our streets. La 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 la. Hey, who bring Ezekiel here? Certified Samson, Trinidad Jordan, and Kerwin Springer are some of the breakout content creators of TNT. They are a true testament to how YouTube and social media can be used for good in our country. We have all learned lessons in culture, human behavior, and even maths from them. You see, to be educated is not always to sit down in a classroom jotting down notes. Sometimes it's as simple as listening to the ones who went before, telling us in their own creative way. Ew, was that smell? Oh, the garbage truck passing. But why is there still so much trash everywhere? Let's be real. Trinidad does not look like Tobago. Reduce, reuse, recycle. We heard that all the time in primary school. But what happens when we take it seriously? Never forget, our national instrument was made from reusing and recycling old steel drums. So what stops you from using your own natural creativity to clean up the streets of Trinidad? Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta! Is that the song of a rifle with suppressor? Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta! Or is that the mesmerizing call of the tasser? So pick up your paintbrush, move your legs, and beat your pan, and let us all see.
Our alma mater, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Corporal Nanku is the lower six at Holy Cross College, studying computer science, Cape physics, Cape IT, and pure mathematics. He is also the vice head boy at his school. Today, he showed how he programmed his powerful message from calculating all his possibilities. Now, I didn't want to be the one to introduce in case somebody make a little noise, you know? But we saw him and another cadet. Can you tell me which other cadet did this? They used proxemics. Proxemics meaning the use of space and distance to aid in your deliverance. Anybody can name that other cadet? Yes. Yes, there were many. And we are seeing how the cadets each have a different style of deliverance and how they get their message across. And each style has its pros and cons. Each style will get different points. So we are waiting to see the points that Corporal Nanku got, where he stands. And after we get his points, we will have our second TLD speaker, Flight Lieutenant Matthews. Flight Lieutenant Matthews is a primary school principal with 13 years of leadership and experience. Wow. Not only is he aiding cadets, as in teenagers, but as well as primary school teachers. Clearly, he just loves it. As a distinguished officer since the 1980s, who established the aviation formation, led international victories, and earned the Cadet Force Medal and the Caribbean Cadet Medal. Wow. Let's see the score for Corporal Nanku.
A2 certificate program. So this morning in my discourse, I will try to remember what the Army Proficiency Certificate Program is about. As I recall, it's a 4-star program. Star 1, 2, 3 to 4. Incorporating 5 subjects. Am I wrong? Just tell me. 5 subjects. Drill. Now, if I bend my knees, I'll limp off the stage. Because I was an officer since the 1980s, as the young man said, but no, I wasn't an officer so long. Adventurous training. Going into the field and interacting with the environment and learning to survive. Fieldcraft. That art of battle. I always loved it. Camel cream on my face. Crawling through the mud, and better now? No? 1, 2. You might not mind. Oh, you hear me? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Skill at arms, where we teach the cadets the safe practices in the use of weapons, use of map and compass, where the cadets have the ability to understand the use of map and compass to navigate in terrains that they may have never seen before. The cadet force has used the APC program as a hallmark for advancement and qualifying our cadets. So as a cadet, when you are badged, you develop a sense of confidence. Walk with your chest high. My statue is here. If I walk in this way, yes, I want you to see it. If I go in that way, I walk backwards. So you had to see it because I want to show you have that pride. It gives them the opportunity to know that they are on the advancement for promotion because it's tied into that. When I am qualifying myself in my APC program, I'm sure I'm seeing promotion somewhere in the distance. And that sense of pride and development. However, instructors, here's what. When you interact with the APC program in terms of delivery, you need to upskill yourself. You also need to engage the cadets as part and parcel of the teach and learn process. I recall map reading over the years as one of the most difficult topics or subjects. And I want to look at the topic of the grid reference. If the grid reference was used properly in 1996 by some cadets in Point Fortin, they would have gotten to myself and Major Dorridge before the 15 cattle in the herd. So the cattle were doing better navigation than the cadets. Because we waited all day and we didn't see the cadets, but we saw the cattle. So today I want to look at innovation and best practices because the Cadet Force is a teaching organization. And we must incorporate innovation and best practices. When you innovate, you do things differently. You don't do it the same, but you want to get the best results. Best practices is looking at what worked before. And if it works, you continue. Because what works gives the best results. So the grid system, I give this definition. A series of vertical parallel lines, horizontal parallel lines, superimposed on each other. They are numbered and they assist the cadets in finding positions or location on the map. Now, if you innovate, would you teach that as one lesson? Because that's what happens now, eh? Most of you all, you know you teach anything as one lesson. You know. Innovation will allow you now to break that down into a series of subjects. For example, I don't give my example. You can teach it if you want, and you can use it because I'm here to impart some innovative ideas to you. So let's look at parallel lines, both vertical and horizontal. That could be a lesson by itself. Come out of the classroom. Go into your auditorium that you have some terrazzo. Hopefully, if there's no terrazzo, buy masking tape. Draw stick lines and show the cadets what vertical lines are. Show the cadets what horizontal lines are and when they are parallel. Number the lines. Let's go with our vertical lines. We number them. So left to right. But as the numbers increase, go into the east. You know what you're supposed to, how you know you're going to the east? Did you forget to put up a compass on the ground? Put it up. We are not staying in the classroom for this lesson, and we are not using the maps. The maps are not there at all. Because when we give too much information at one time, that's where the cadets get that difficulty. So, all our vertical lines, as they increase going to the east, we know that they are east things. Our horizontal lines, as they increase going, Northwards, there are nothings. That's a lesson in itself. You take your time, 40 minutes, next lesson. Your next lesson now, as I said before, you go into the auditorium. If not the auditorium, draw your lines. Superimpose them. And play a game. You have the numbers already labeled. Play a game, a little treasure hunt, because you're using the entire auditorium. Put some snacks. Put a voucher. Hide in a corner. Give it to them, and hey, E comes before N. Alphabetical order. So E things first, then no things. Are we seeing the innovation? And your last lesson is in the classroom now, probably using the maps. Innovation allows you to engage your cadets. Best practices allows you to look at what works and deliver. So today, I want to encourage you to innovate and best practice your lesson. If we want our cadets to improve their learning and their performance in the organization. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Flight Lieutenant Matthews. Next up, from the 4th Infantry Battalion, Malabar Secondary School, Platoon 1, 30923, Lance Corporal Jack Z, speaking on the topic, the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force should award an annual scholarship for a cadet for tertiary level studies.
Good morning, respected officers, fellow cadets, and distinguished guests. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force has long stood for a pillar of discipline, leadership, and services. It has shaped countless young men and women into responsible citizens, future soldiers, and national leaders. But today I stand before you with a simple yet powerful proposal. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force should award an annual scholarship to one outstanding cadet pursuing tertiary level education. Why, you may ask? Because investing in the academic future of our best cadet is not an act of generosity. It is an investment in their academic future and the legacy of this proud organization. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force has stood as a training ground for discipline, mentorship, patriotism, leadership amongst the children and future of society. However, a scholarship can help the cadets to apply the values that they learn, such as integrity, discipline, patience, and leadership towards themselves, peers, and towards their academic success. Leadership is not to command someone to do something. It is the ability to influence, guide, and inspire others to work towards a common goal or vision. And by supporting tertiary education, the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force will encourage cadets to be confident leaders, to provide confident leaders to contribute to the nation's progress. Supporting a scholarship also improves our national development as it emphasizes on the growth of education and services for citizens. However, many cadets lack financial support. And by establishing an annual scholarship, they can improve their financial status as well as promote dedication and excellence as they serve as an investment and a contributor to their country. And with this I say before you, as a sixth form student, as a student athlete, a football scholarship can help someone like me become that proof of academic success and the best investment made. Thank you.
Well done to Lance Corporal Jack. Huh? Was that flight? The flight just said it's a good thing it has members of the advisory committee here today.
Good evening. Once again, just indulge me. So based on the timing that we have right now, the intent was to end around 1300. What we plan to do, because we don't want to disappoint anyone, we're going to push through. The judges will eat and judge. And for the parents, you all feel free to leave at any point in time if you all want to get anything to eat. And similarly with the cadets we'll focus on would be the batch that will be coming after to speak. So those individuals will make sure we will try to manage it as best as possible in the back and try to push the evening through. You okay with that? Great. Let me just specifically thank the judges because they are as committed as all of us here to push through for the rest of the evening. All right, thank you very much.
Lance Corporal Jack is currently studying environmental science, management of business, as well as physical education. The 18-year-old from Platoon 1 manages complexity with grace. Today, she managed your attention.
I for one think that this topic is very interesting. It's a topic that I've never explored before, and hearing her speak about it definitely gave a lot of insight into what the benefits of a scholarship from the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force could be for any cadet.
I mean, scholarship for anyone really, but sure, it's a great idea, but in terms of practicality, it's a bit much because when you look at the criteria, the cadet force has so many cadets under them. How do you choose who to give the scholarship to, you know? It's great, but at the same time, it's very difficult, as is much things in life, you know?
That being said, the judges have submitted their scores. Lance Corporal Jack got a score of 58.14. Next up, we have from the Maritime Battalion, Manzanilla Secondary School, Platoon 1. 28844, leading rate, Baker Williams A. Speaking on the topic, online education is harmful to adolescents.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand here to argue that online education is harmful to adolescents. While technology may have its benefit, we cannot ignore the real and growing impact it has on young people. Online education damages social development. Adolescence is a stage where we learn to communicate, collaborate, and understand people. Many students become withdrawn, anxious, or uncomfortable speaking in real life because they are used to typing, not interacting. Online education encourages poor discipline and study habits. In a class, a teacher can guide you, correct you, and keep you focused. Online, distractions are everywhere. Messages, games, and social media. Many students struggle to stay committed, leading to poor performances and frustration. Health issues cannot be ignored. Long hours in front of a device strain the eyes, affects posture, and disturbs sleep. The constant exposure to blue light and reduced physical activity contributes to headaches, fatigue, and depression. Many students, these health risks are especially for young people whose minds and bodies are still developing. Online education often worsens inequality. Not every student in Trinidad and Tobago has reliable Wi-Fi, a quiet space, or a device on their own. This creates an unfair divide where students fall behind simply because of their circumstances, not their ability. While online education may be convenient, we cannot ignore the harmful effects it has on young people. Technology should support education, not replace the learning. Technology should support education, not replace the learning system that makes it meaningful. Technology should support education, not replace the learning system that makes it meaningful to us. I am 288 4-4, leading rate Baker Williams A.
Let's give it up for leading rate Baker Williams A once again. Members of the audience, we are asking that when you want to leave the auditorium, do so in between speakers. So in this period now, in between these speakers, this is the time when you could get up to leave, but avoid leaving during their speech, so don't get up and walk out while they're speaking, please. Now for a short bio on leading rate Baker Williams. She is a Form 6 student studying biology, chemistry, and physical education with sports as her second nature. She's aspiring to become a catalyst for change, using sport and science to inspire peers, nurture healthier habits, and uplift her community. For some of the parents who may not know, leading rate is the equivalent to a corporal in infantry, and the same thing with LS, leading seaman, is also an equivalent to corporal. We have 3 out of 7 judges submitting their scores so far.
I'm sure the parents would have seen the persons in the white shirt and black pants or black bottoms. They are officers in training, given the rank under officer. And some of them would have been ex-cadets, as well as some of them would have come from various schools. Schools that both have cadet units established, as well as schools looking to now establish a cadet unit. They would have undergone a 3-month period in which they would have been trained. And one of which I know, he has always been a teacher that would have always liked cadets. He never got the opportunity to join when he was in secondary school. But as this opportunity was presented to him, he decided to take it head first. And I'm excited to see where he will go, how far he will reach in the ranks of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force.
I'm sure this topic has been sort of relatable to you all, especially the parents. when we had to go into the lockdown during the pandemic and classes would have turned from physical to online. So whereas your child would have been going out to school every day, now they're always at home and they're always on this device. I'll wrap it up right there. The scores are in. L.R. Baker Williams A has got a score of 62.79. That places her 12th on our current standings. Next up, we have from the 3rd Infantry Battalion, Signal Hill Secondary School, Platoon 1. 30811, Private Billy J, speaking on the topic, international vloggers bring much needed publicity to the Caribbean. Let's get a round of applause for Private Billy. My apologies, Private Billy is not here. Next up, we have from the 4th Infantry Battalion, Northeastern College, Platoon 1, 30017, Lance Corporal Trim T, speaking on the topic, the voting age in Trinidad and Tobago should be lowered to 16 years. Let's give it up for Lance Corporal Trim.
Imagine standing at the starting line of a race, ready to run, full of energy and determination, but being told you must wait 2 more years before you can begin. That's the reality for many young people today, mature enough to study, work, and think critically, yet denied from the very process that shapes their future. Does that sound fair? I am 30017 Lance Corporal Trinity, and today I stand before you to speak for the heart of our nation's democracy. The voting age in Trinidad and Tobago should be lowered to 16 years. This is not just about age. It's about fairness, empowerment, and the future of our nation. Lowering the voting age will strengthen our democracy in 2 important ways: promoting civic responsibility and building lifelong voting habits. At 16, many young people are already proving they can handle responsibility. They prepare for CSEC exams, and some even juggle schoolwork with part-time jobs. These are not actions of children. These are actions of adults in the making. In schools around Trinidad and Tobago, subjects like social studies already encourage students to learn and explore national issues such as justice and citizen rights. Allowing 16-year-olds to vote, we would give them a chance to apply this knowledge in a practical way. Voting is like planting a seed. It grows stronger when planted earlier. An abstract from a study by the Chemnitz University of Technology shows that people who vote when they first become eligible are more likely to continue voting throughout their lives. Allowing 16-year-olds to vote, we would give them a head start in developing lifelong voting habits of participation and awareness. By giving them the right to vote, we would transform their interest into action. Some argue that some 16-year-olds are too immature to vote. But is maturity really determined by age? The truth is, age does not equal awareness. Many young people today are more informed than some adults. Today's youth live in a world full of technology, and instead of silencing them, we should guide them through participation. Look at the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, young men and women who stand tall in their uniform, showing commitment, discipline, and leadership. Allowing 16-year-olds to vote. Thank you.
Well done to Lance Corporal Trim. Even through it all, she finished. And that is one of the most important things here today. Lance Corporal Trim combines business principles with biological sciences. As a Form 5, she understands many systems, biological, business, as well as social. And you even heard how she referenced that in what she had to say. Today, she systematically inspires us to listen in and truly think about it. Should the age of voting be lowered to 16 years? We have the judges deliberating right now. Right now, we are at contestant number 24. We are moving along smoothly so. One thing I will say about the cadet force is that they always find a way, or rather, we always find a way. No matter if we get aid from any external or any sort of office or anything like that, the cadet force always finds a way to provide for its cadets and be there for the people. Many times we have been called for Borough Day parades or City Day parade, as the case would be here in Port of Spain. And honestly, it's inspiring, I can say as a cadet, to be marching on the streets. And then as you're marching with your detachment, everyone on the sidelines, they start screaming, shouting, yeah, yeah, cadets. Because they see us and they truly enjoy seeing children like us participate. Maybe because we're children who show something a bit more than what is expected for our age. With that, I'd like for you to direct your attention over to the scores. Lance Corporal Trim got a score of 66.29. Well done. At this point in time, I would like to welcome to the stage 28753 Corporal Samaru G of 4th Infantry Battalion, Northeastern College, Platoon 2, speaking on the topic, kindness costs nothing.
We have been told that kindness costs nothing. No wealth, no kidney, no eye, just an ounce of your time and effort. However, that's just a polished lie. Oskar Schlinder's act of kindness to save 1,200 Jews during the Holocaust came at the cost of his social standing, his safety, and his wealth, which also only received recognition years after his death. It even costed one's life in the form of sacrificial kindness to bring forth salvation and mercy to all of humanity, the ultimate cost of kindness from our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The greater the kindness, the higher the price, which is proven in these instances. To expand on the topic, it can be said that kindness is poisoned by conditional kindness. Using history as insight, European colonialism. Missionaries and colonizers came to France, Portugal, Spain, and many others with the claim to bring education, progress, and religion. However, it came with the conditional motive of domination, exploitation, and profit. In our own country, likewise conditions promised by the British colonial government to the Indian indentured laborers brought to Trinidad and Tobago, and in turn, conditional kindness inflicted upon them. Even in today's world, conditional kindness exists. So one must be cautious when receiving such kindness without being naive to the hidden motives. Therefore, it can be said that kindness should be a protected value, not free to exploit in the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. I, 28753 Corporal Samaruji, will explain why. As NCOs, we are taught to be our junior's keeper and to enforce standards. Most importantly, to abide by selflessness to others. But selfless acts must be exercised with caution. When assisting your peers in terms of administrative practices, and learning topics, let not your kindness of helping them be exploited, for it encourages sluggard behavior and idleness, which in turn tarnishes leadership material. Instead, allow them to be able to work for themselves and to take action rather than waiting until it is forced upon them. For self-sacrifice means self-discipline, which benefits yourselves and others. With all things considered, through religious insights, history, and real-life experiences, kindness does come with a cost. It is not a free act, but a chosen one, which is what makes it so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporal Samaru. Corporal Samaru personifies dedication. She is proving that persistence beats resistance. This 18-year-old from Platoon 2 knows excellence requires repetition. Today, she makes her first impression unforgettable. So it was brought to my attention previously that Sergeant Barnes, I want you on the stage for this one. Sergeant Barnes, do you know what a rubber shark is?
Believe it or not, my father was actually one of the first of the batches.
So you know. So you know.
I do.
All right. So you born from naval then?
Please note, he came from infantry.
So he came from infantry and then he went to naval?
Yeah.
So the story is now he came from infantry. All right.
No, he came from infantry.
So what he came from? He came from infantry or naval? You had to think about this one.
Why don't we focus about not the past where we came from, but the present where we are, to the future where we must go?
I hear you. But the past also plays a role in where we have to go, which is to the scoreboard. Corporal Samaru got her score as 77.57. This places her 5th on our current standings. Next up, from the 1st Infantry Battalion, St. Francis College, Platoon 1. 29114, Private Mars J. Private Mars is speaking on the topic, the diversity of Trinidad and Tobago is its greatest strength. Let's give it up for Private Mars J.
Good day all. Today, I'm here to speak about something that makes Trinidad and Tobago truly extraordinary. Something that goes beyond our beautiful beaches, our brilliant music, or even our famous carnival. I'm talking about our diversity. So a gift that shapes who we are, how we live, and what we can become. Trinidad and Tobago is a nation built by many hands and histories. Here, people of African, Indian, indigenous, Chinese, European, or even Middle Eastern heritage live side by side on 2 small islands. Our country has Christians, Hindus, Muslims, spiritual practices, and so many others. Not just sharing space, but sharing respect. Our nation is a blend. We are not separated, we are not divided, but blended, like a perfect pillow, where each ingredient adds its own flavor, yet the strength is in the mix. Our diversity is not just something we mention, it's something we feel. We feel it when Carnival turns our streets into the world's greatest stage. We feel it when Christmas fills the air with parang. We taste it in every doubles, bacon shack, roti, pastel, and callaloo. We hear it in every chutney, soca, calypso, tessa, and steel pan. Each different, yet truly Trinidadian. Our diversity teaches us powerful lessons. It teaches us understanding, to see the world through someone else's eyes. It teaches us unity. Although we come from different backgrounds, we are one nation, one people under one flag. Our unity is not just something accidental. It is something we choose, and it gives us strength. It gives us the strength to bounce back from challenges. It gives us the strength to innovate, to create, to lead. It gives us the strength to show the world that small nations have big hearts and even bigger dreams. So as we go forward, as students, as citizens, as cadets, as leaders, let us remember this. Our diversity is not just part of our identity. It's our power. So let us protect it. Let us celebrate it. Let us pass it on from generations to come after us. So as we go forward, as Trinidad and Tobago, let us show the world what we can achieve. Good day, judges. Thank you for your time.
Well done to Private Mars. He is a business acumen that uses scientific precision. He balances principles of accounts and business as well as physics. Truly an interesting line. He also attends one of the quote-unquote prestigious institutions. He's a 15-year-old from Platoon 2 who calculates success, but today we just heard how he articulated it. And that was truly well done.
Now I noticed when he was listing stuff about our diversity in Trinidad and Tobago, he listed out different types of music. But you could correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear him say anything about parang.
Oh. The blue boy has got it wrong today, folks. But honestly, when he was listing different delicacies and foods, he really had me in a bind, you know. Oh my gosh. What I would give for a bite right now. And I'm sure most of you feel the same way. You're gonna see 6?
6 is coming in 3. Okay.
No. Yeah. All right, watch this. All judges submitted. No.
See, you don't have the timing like that. You don't have the timing like that. You had to hit the 2-3 pause, the regulation pause.
Right. Well, show me how it's done. You show me how it's done.
I didn't need to.
Wow.
I didn't need to.
All right. So the score is in for Private Mars. He received a score of 67.57. Well done to you. We now welcome to the stage 30898 Lance Corporal Downs R. from the 1st Infantry Battalion, St. Francis College, Platoon number 2, speaking on the topic, country or club, the dilemma facing cricketers.
Good day all. I'm 30898.
Good day all. I'm 30898 Lance Corporal Longs, representing Alpha Company, 1st Battalion. Today my topic is country or club, the dilemma in facing cricketers. Country or club dilemma in facing cricketers is often a hard choice in which players have to pick in whether they want to play for their country, the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, or they want to play for the club and franchise, the T20 leagues. Now, this have their advantages and disadvantages. Few advantages are, when playing for your country, you show good patriotism and represent your country well. A advantage for playing for clubs and franchise, especially T20 leagues, are that you represent, especially for the T20 leagues, are that you get way better income, you get to travel abroad, go into different environments, you also get more time to spend with your family. Now, this is a conflict between loyalty or professional job opportunities. Whether you want to play for clubs and franchise, especially T20 leagues, or whether you want to play for your country, Trinidad and Tobago, the West Indies. Now, most players often have a hard choice in picking which one they want to play for, because you want to show patriotism for your country, but you also want to play for professional teams and go abroad, and it's just a better feeling. You're going to new environments. Thank you for having me. You're surely Lance Corporal now.
Let's give it up again for Lance Corporal Downs. Lance Corporal Downs is versatile and determined. He navigates business, technology, and languages with confidence. This 15-year-old from Platoon 2 understands adaptation, changing schools, maintaining excellence. Today, he adapts his message to inspire us. I, for one, think that the topic of cricket in Trinidad is one where the younger generation doesn't seem to have a great interest in playing the sport, and some of them don't realize the potential the sport has for them. Some of them don't realize that cricket has money in it, as opposed to a typical, in air quotes, sports, football, basketball, you know. But the topic of playing for a country versus a club is one that I think has some level of heat around it, because some people would say that you want to play for your country first as opposed to going to play for a club that's based in another country. So for instance, if someone leaves Trinidad's country cricket team, TKR, and they go to play for a club that's based in India, then they might get some backlash, or they might have some kind of, controversy behind them switching the club. And then if they go and they happen to play against TKR, their home team, then they would get a kind of a side eye, so to speak, from persons. So far, we have 6 judges submitted the scores. We are waiting one more, and then the scores will be released. Definitely, it has a lot more technicality in terms of that now. So the scores are in. Private Downs got a score of 51.79. Next up, also from the 1st Infantry Battalion, St. Francis College, this time from Platoon 3. 30884, Lance Corporal Bentic A. Speaking on the topic, international vloggers bring much needed publicity to the Caribbean. Please give it up for Lance Corporal Bentic.
Good day all. I am 3084, Lance Corporal Bentic A, Tasha Alpha Company, 1st Battalion. Today I'm here to talk to you on my topic, which is international vloggers bring much needed publicity to the Caribbean. Now some of you may wonder, who are international vloggers? International vloggers are persons who share their real life true emotions through their social media content, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, or other methods. These interactions can often feel more genuine than an actual audience being advertised by our local market. But with these great attributes that contribute to tourism, there can be some negatives. Some more positives is that they can bring economic benefits to local businesses, hotels, or even restaurants, bringing in a source of revenue to the communities. Some negatives can be gang violence being broadcasted, or even legal affairs matters that should not reach the public. As we have seen in the past, when international vlogger has ended up in trouble for filming the accustomed visa issues in the Caribbean. Now, before I leave the stage here today, I'd like to leave some suggestions on improving such content. We can promote international vloggers to continue what they do, as it can bring more tourism to the Caribbean. Expand by telling them suggestions on improving their content, what to film, what to say, and other methods. Some of these can be telling them in the comments whether they can improve their content or what to say. Now, I would like to leave with one part that should stick with you. When you see something negative, hear something negative. Be the one to bring about change. Say something positive. And do not listen to the wrong. Thank you all.
Well done to Lance Corporal Bentic. He truly left an inspiring message there at the end. From accounting principles to agricultural sciences, Lance Corporal Bentic's education spans commerce as well as cultivation. As a 15-year-old, he understands growth, and today he shows that he cultivates ideas. We saw him mention solutions to an issue. Right now, that's not something we have seen many of the competitors do. Some talk about their topic broad, others focus and pinpoint with accuracy. But he not only said his piece on his mind, but as well as provided solutions to an issue that he thought it fit to be brought up. We'll see how well that works out for him.
All right, so far we've had 28 persons speak. We've had from the 1st Infantry Battalion, 4th Battalion, 3rd Battalion, Maritime Battalion. But I want to hear from you all. Who do you think would have been the best battalion so far? 2nd Battalion. I don't know about all you, but I hear in Maritime Battalion.
I don't know what you heard. I hear in 4th.
So far it's sounding more like 2nd than 4th. So let's hear it for 2nd Battalion. Let's hear it for 1st Battalion. 3rd Battalion. 4th Battalion.
This is a question to the officers, the current acting deputy commandant. He was previously the battalion commander of our battalion. Oh, all you can't remember. All right. All right.
Let's hear it for 6th Battalion. And Service and Support Battalion. I thought I would hear a little bugle blow there, you know. I was let down. No, but Ole had to bring the bugle one time, you know, you had to, you know. The scores are in. Lance Corporal Bentic. Lance Corporal Bentic got a score of 54.79. Next up, from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Belmont Secondary School, Platoon 1, 31573, Private Joseph M. Private Joseph is speaking on the topic, integrity is the most important core value among the core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force.
I would like to first begin my salutations to officers, commissioned, non-commissioned, the others, staff, and my fellow cadets. A good evening to all. My name has already been stated, so I will not waste time. But I have come here today to speak on the importance of integrity. I begin by asking a question, a simple question. What is integrity? Ponder for a while. Integrity has not one meaning but two. Integrity is a word that could be used to describe two things, honesty and unity. To explain, the first is a testament to truth, the quality of saying what is right and doing the right things when it is needed. The second consists in what we say versus what we do. Now, I contemplated saying this, but I go say it anyway. Many of us inside here don't have integrity, and none of you could tell me that I am wrong. Integrity is something that is not born with or born into. We gain integrity from allowing ourselves to do the right thing even when we don't want to. You're in feeling to do it, so you ain't go do it. You're in feeling to go training, so you ain't going training. Well, fellow cadets know they can't do that. At least can't do that. I don't know. But I know for a fact that if you actually want to have any organization be worth the time, you have to have integrity. Integrity is the foundation upon which all other core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force stand upon. Industry, leadership. All of these things cannot exist without integrity. This is why, among the core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, integrity stands as one that acts within us every single day. I do not say this for the judges or for any of those that will be looking on to me. I say it to you all. Integrity must be applied within ourselves every single day, regardless of whether or not you want to. So, with that, I conclude my presentation to you all, and I hope that you all will take something from this and go home and know what I have said. I thank you.
Well done, well done, well done, and well done, as he's only 15 years old. When you have something to say, do say it if you believe in you that it's important. And I think he believed what he said was important. And that's correct. He said it. Food for thought, a little introspection.
Takers, nobody wants to speak.
Parents might have to start training too. Get them out of their shell, right?
You look like you want to say something. Just one word. Anybody? No words, no words.
have to watch our time, huh? Okay, I am parent of a Private Figaro of the 2nd Battalion, Bravo Koi. And I just want to say the experience has been, this is her 3rd year, and the experience with Ma'am Natalie Brown, it has been really, really a truly wonderful experience. The love, the care. Yes, we know cadets is discipline. A lot of people say they are too harsh and whatever, but I think what kind of gets me pleased with it is that, yes, you see the discipline and everything, but at the end of the day, the nurturing, the care. Sometimes we look at the senior members and we think that they're just rough and rugged. No, we have loving cadets. We have love, genuine, motherly caring. We have that here, right? So I just want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for the experience. It has been a wonderful, and it will continue to be a wonderful, wonderful, the interaction. And it's not just about Saturday. Your child giving any, they want to see it, grades and everything. It's not about people thinking they're just marching all day. No, it's not about that. A lot of times they come and they want to know how you're doing in school. They don't necessarily have to be your child giving problems or fighting. It's nothing like that. How grades going, you understand? The genuine care. And I really love that. My Bravo Koi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well said indeed, ma'am. Well said. We might need to do that competition next year. So here is the score for Private Joseph. 68.07. Well done. We would now like to invite 29191 Corporal Vincent I from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Diego Martin Central Secondary School, Platoon 1, speaking on the topic, Bullies Make Bullies.
Good day. I'm here to speak about something that does not affect the average Joe, but also cadets, bullying. Did you know that every 7 minutes, a child somewhere in the world is being bullied? When someone experiences bullying, whether through physical attacks, insults, exclusion, or online attacks, it creates scars. Sometimes these scars aren't visible, but they change the way a person sees themselves, others, and the world. Research shows that persons who were bullied are more than twice as likely to become bullies later in life, not because they enjoy hurting others, but because they wish to regain power and control. Hurt people really do hurt people. And this cycle continues. One person harms another, and another repeats, and the chain grows. In the 21st century, bullying has drastically evolved. With technology, the attack does not end at school or training. Cyberbullying follows someone through their phone, their social media, and even in their thoughts. There is no safe space when the bullying becomes digital. However, as cadets, we are expected to demonstrate discipline, respect, and leadership. These values mean we cannot allow bullying to shape our behavior or our identity. In that instance, we must stop the cycle. Every time you choose respect over ridicule, support over criticism, and confidence over cruelty, you change the narrative. You show that real strength comes from building someone up. Real strength is not found in breaking someone down, but building someone up. As a modern cadet is not someone who just wears a uniform or a rank. A modern cadet shows that real leadership begins with compassion And courage is shown when we defend others even when standing alone. So yes, bullies may create bullies, but leaders also create leaders. And that is who we must choose to become. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporal Vincent. Just a short bio on Corporal Vincent. Corporal Vincent masters mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, PE, and music, proving that analytical minds can be creative too. Now notice I say physics, biology, and chemistry. Triple sciences. That is no easy task. This 17-year-old from Platoon 2 brings harmonic precision to every endeavor. Today, she composes her message. I could definitely say that her speech was said with a line and flow to it. In my opinion, her speech was it was kind of in the same vein to the speech that our parent here said, that cadets has a love in it, and to prevent bullies from making bullies, you need to have some level of love, you know. One love, one heart, let's get together and... Right. I try a little thing. I can't, the singing voice is a little rusty, Anybody all like man, honey? I might need some after this if I try to sing again. Empowerment by Diana. Yeah, I know that advertisement by heart. I see that one real plenty times.
Yeah, a little old. Yeah,
Don't worry about my age.
Don't worry about the score. Okay, so Corporal Vincent I got a score of 65.21. Well done to Corporal Vincent. Well done indeed.
Next up, we have from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Diego Martin North Secondary School, Platoon 1, 29180, Sergeant Wallace J. Speaking on the top of Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force helped me set and achieve personal goals. Let's give it up for Sergeant Wallace.
As a sergeant, I've had the privilege just didn't develop my skills. It elevated my standard and it prepared me to lead by example. Early in my cadet career, I learned that discipline is more than just following instructions. It is the habit of having high standards for yourselves at all times. Drill taught me precision. Inspections taught me consistency. PT taught me mental toughness. These experiences shaped my ability to set goals and stay committed even when the process became challenging. Discipline became the foundation that allowed every achievement to happen. As I rose through the ranks, earning the privilege to wear 3 chevrons, my responsibilities increased. Leading a squad, delivering instructions, managing training sessions that required planning, organization and confidence, and accountability. Achieving goals became part of demonstrating maturity, professionalism, and the standard expected of a non-commissioned officer. If there's one thing the Cadet Force teaches well, is that no one succeeds alone. Every parade, every field exercise, every competition depends on teamwork. I learn to motivate others, I listen to my squad, I support the people beside me. That sense of unity helped me to achieve personal goals faster because I was surrounded by a team that pushed me to improve, and I did the same for them. Leadership isn't about rank, it is about the influence, support, and consistency. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force helped me set and achieve personal goals by strengthening my discipline, developing my leadership, and teaching me the values of teamwork. Today, as 29180 Sergeant Wallace J., I approach every goal with focus, commitment, and the mindset of a leader who is ready to guide others. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force didn't just prepare me to succeed, it prepared me to help others succeed as well. Thank you.
Well done, Sergeant Wallace. On top of being a sergeant, he's also studying Caribbean studies, communication studies, management of business, as well as environmental science. At the age of 17, he doesn't just talk about communication. He is quite literally, formally studying it. Isn't that commitment to the craft? Now, I see we have members of the media team there. I feel like what Sergeant Wallace had to say about the Cadet Force, you could just snip it, and whenever anyone is having any sort of intake for recruits, we just use that. That sounds like a good idea, right?
I agree.
You know, make life a little easy for us. Just a little bit. Just a little. Sure. Earlier, we had a parent ask about one band, one song, and we explained it a bit. So, what about right now? We teach the parents one of our chants, one of our cadences. How you all feel about that, the officers? The officers gatekeeping. Officers gatekeeping. They don't want to do it.
Let me start off simple. So it has one chant that we do when we're doing PT, physical training in the mornings. Sige, oi. Or oi, sige, could alternate it, right? So when the person calling the chant says sige, the crowd says oi. If they say oi, you say sige. And if they say sige, sige, you say oi, oi. Right? So let's try it. Sige. Oi. Sige. Oi. Sige, sige. Oi. Oi. Oi, oi.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
It get in there, it get in there.
One judge, it takes one. It takes one. Correct is right. Parents, let me ask you a question. What year did Trinidad and Tobago become independent? '62, correct. And officers, what year was the then called Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Corps founded? They're saying 1910. Now, parents, I want you to do the math. 6210, right? We'll get back to that. Now, we're ready for the score. John Wallace received a score of 66.36. Now we welcome to the stage 3119 Ordinary Rate Monday J of the Maritime Battalion, East Mokarapo Secondary School, Platoon 1, with the topic, the voting age in Trinidad and Tobago should be lowered to 16 years.
Good day all. Lowering the voting age to 16. Today, I'll be speaking on lowering the voting age to 16. Lowering the voting age to 16 encourages youths to be involved in elections. It also encourages them to speak on issues that the youths have going on in their personal lives. Getting youths involved in the elections isn't as easy as it sounds. But all you have to do is show them and tell them the importance of how valuable their vote is. Some issues that the youths have are academic or career stress, as in, is this good enough? Or is this my path that I want to take? Or mental stress, anxiety or depression. Through voting, the government can realize that what the youths need isn't someone breathing down their neck or forcing them to vote. It's someone that they can talk to and help them and help guide them through their problems. So, today I stand before you saying, lowering the voting age to 16 isn't about kids making mistakes on voting. It's about involving them in elections. It's about knowing how to help them improve on issues within their personal lives. Thank you.
Thank you, A.R. Mundy. Music meets mathematics. A.R. Mundy balances sciences with music and business principles. This 14-year-old understands rhythm in music, in academics, and in leadership. Today, she sets the tempo for change. We have 3 judges submitting the scores so far. I'll say one thing. She mentioned that lowering the voting age in Trinidad and Tobago could probably encourage more persons to vote, the younger generation. And I definitely think that could be a part of the solution to the low voter turnout, because I think that the majority of the persons that don't turn out to vote they tend to be the younger persons who feel like their vote may not matter, or it's just one vote. One vote is a landslide vote. 59 versus 60. That is the difference between one situation versus another situation and the future of your country. We have 5 judges submitting the scores, waiting 2 more, 1 more. So the scores are in. (31119). A.R. Mundy got a score of 51.86. Our next competitor is from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Mova Lavantil Secondary School, Platoon 1. 31623, Private Joseph M., speaking on the topic, financial literacy must be taught in every school. My apologies, Private Joseph is not here. Next up, we have from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Mukarapo West Secondary School, Platoon 1, 29986, Corporal Mead J., speaking on the topic, artificial intelligence is a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's give it up for Corporal Mead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow speakers and judges. I am 29986 Corporal Mead of 1st Battalion, Delta Company. Today, my speech is Artificial Intelligence is a Boost for Education in Trinidad and Tobago. Is artificial intelligence really a boost for education in Trinidad and Tobago? Some may say yes, some may say no, but this is what I say. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is often spoken about as the future. But in truth, it is already here, and it is shaping education in powerful ways for countries like Trinidad and Tobago. AI is not here to replace teachers. It is here to empower them. Imagine a classroom in Cuba, Tobago, or right here in Port of Spain, where every student has a personal tutor available 24/7. Through AI-powered platforms, students can get instant feedback in mathematics, learn new languages, or conduct virtual science fairs at their own pace. No child is left behind, and no curious mind goes unanswered. For our teachers, AI reduces stress. Creating paper, gathering resources, or even tailoring lesson plans can now be supported by intelligent tools. This gives educators more time to focus on what truly matters, inspiring and guiding students. In a diverse nation like ours, where resources may not always be evenly spread, AI has the potential to level the playing field. A student in rural Togo can access the same quality of educational support as a student in St. Augustine. That is not just technology, that is equity. Of course, AI is not perfect, and it must be used responsibly with the right policies to protect and ensure fairness. But if guided wisely, AI can strengthen our education system and prepare our young people for the world of tomorrow. AI is the pen, and our students are the authors of Trinidad and Tobago's brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is a boost for Trinidad and Tobago's brighter future. Let us embrace it, not with fear, but with vision. Thank you.
Well done to Corporal Meade. From the drill square to right here on the center stage, Corporal Meade balances 8 subjects whilst also serving in Platoon 1. Not to mention that for this year, he would have been the color corporal. He provides discipline and scholarship, showing how they go hand in hand. When duty calls, Corporal Meade answers with precision. And we saw that precision here today, didn't we? I honestly did have to think a bit deeper after listening to him, because it wasn't the usual route that you would take with that topic. I'm not sure if you all would have noticed that. So, with that being said, we'll just have to wait and see how that would reflect with its scores.
Sergeant Barnes, tell our parents what does the color corporal do? What does that entail?
Well, it's an appointment given to most times a full corporal, or as the case was earlier this year with Corporal Meade, he was a lance corporal. Before the ensign, well, the ensign is the name given to the person who carries the force's colors. For those of you all who would have seen parades, like if the parents here would have been on AIP, you would have seen a flag similar to this one here with the emblem of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force on it. We'll get more on that as we progress. Corporal Meade got a score of 71.57. Well done to you. Now we welcome 30843 Lance Corporal Lewis M. of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Mokarapo West Secondary School, Platoon number 2, speaking on the topic, Learn to Embrace Technology.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, judges, officers, and fellow speakers. I am 30843 Lance Corporal Lewis M. I'm attached to 1st Battalion Delta Company. Today, we'll be talking about learning to embrace technology. Close your eyes and take a quick step back as we take our way to our grandparents' era, when they had to scrub out clothes using joking boards and had to walk all the way down the road just to make a call. But today, we stand on the brink of an era unlike any other in human history. The world around us is changing faster than ever, and at the heart of this transformation is technology. It may be easy to feel overwhelmed or even intimidated by the rapid pace at which innovation unfolds. But today, I want to encourage you to embrace technology, not as something to fear or resist, but as a powerful tool that can elevate your life, your work, and your impact on the world. Think about ways technology has already transformed our lives. Just a few decades ago, who could have imagined that you'll carry the entire world's knowledge on the palm of our hand through smartphones? Technology has already given us incredible advantages like greater efficiency and access to knowledge like never before. But this is only the beginning. Embracing technology isn't about becoming an expert in every gadget or app that comes along. It's about being open to new tools, devices, software, and digital systems to improve how we live, work, learn, or even communicate. Instead of avoiding or resisting change, it involves adapting to technological advancements to create better outcomes like improving efficiency, greater access to information, and adapting to change. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage you to embrace technology for a better change, not only for us, but for the upcoming generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance Corporal Lewis. A short bio on Lance Corporal Lewis. With a course load that would intimidate most adults, he masters everything from chemistry to physical education. This multi-talented 15-year-old from Platoon 2 doesn't just meet standards, he sets them. Today, he's ready to raise the bar again. So continuing from where we left off before with the color corporal, just to give the parents a bit of a description of what the color corporal does. So,
Put lightly and shortly, the color corporal would handle the color in terms of transportation before and after a parade, as well as the maintenance of the color, as well as the maintenance of even the casing itself. Because how we think about the color of the force is that if something happens to that, something happens to the entire organization. That's why it's always regarded so highly, and not even just by the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, as well as any organization that has an emblem or something that symbolizes them. You'll notice they always hold it in high regard. So the color corporal is responsible for the color whenever the ensign is not using it, as well as whenever it needs to be brought to the ensign.
So next time you're at a parade, you could pay attention to when the colors are marching on. You would usually hear them say, please stand for the marching on of the colors. And during that time is when the ensign would be marching on to the parade. Oftentimes you may not be able to see it because they won't uncase the colors in the public sight, but you may be able to see off of the side of the parade square when the color corporal is there marching with the colors, and when they hand over the colors to the ensign. So we have our scores. 30843, Lance Corporal Lewis got a score of 66.29. Next up, we have from the 1st Infantry Battalion, St. James Secondary School, Platoon 1. 30854, Private Richards M, speaking on the topic, how small changes can make a big environmental impact. Let's give it up for Private Richards.
Good everyone. Good morning, judges, audience, and other members of the public. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Judges, audience, and other members of the public. I am 30854, Private M of 1st Infantry Battalion, Delta Company. And today, I am here to tell you some small changes that can make a big environmental impact. Have you ever wondered what happens when you throw your rubbish on the ground? When you leave it there for garbage truck people to come and pick it up? I doubt you have. Protecting the environment often feels like it requires massive actions. But in reality, small everyday changes can prove a big impact. Tiny habits, when practiced by many people, can improve the land, clean the air, and protect the sea. For the land, recycling, using reusable bags, and picking up your litter off the ground can keep our parks, forests, and soil cleaner. One piece might not seem as much, but when millions come together and take action, it makes it healthier for both our plants and animals. for the air. Unplugging devices, switching off lights, walking instead of riding short distances makes less energy. Less energy means fewer pollutants released into the atmosphere, making it cleaner and safer for everyone. For the sea, avoiding using single-use plastics and even less pollution and keeping waterways clean can help protect our marine life. Change doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers like this poem. A single seed doesn't seem like much, just a dot in the dirt. But give it sun, give it time, it could surely split concrete. One bottle in the right bin, one light switched off. Tiny beats in a rhythm big enough to shift the world. Change doesn't always roar, sometimes it whispers, stacking small moments like bricks. Thank you everyone for hearing what I have to tell you today about small changes that can make a big environmental impact. Have a nice day.
Well done, I say to you, Private Richards. Private Richards is amazing because hear this, he is currently studying 20 subjects academically. From languages to sciences and arts. This 13-year-old cadet proves versatility is a superpower. And he speaks with the same dedication he brings to everything he does. And this topic is really something that we can all think about because it's one that we can all change. In that it's about the environment, the place we live in, the place we call home. Not only did he say small changes can make a big impact, but as well as he began to list different changes that you can make in different areas. He referenced the land, the sea, and many more. He truly did put time and dedication into this. Let's see how that reflects in his score.
All right, so I've seen the judges submitting their scores a bit faster this time. I wanted to play a little competition, but I don't want to start the competition. You see?
No, the judges gatekeeping. Right, so let's see the score for Private Richards. 65 points. The first solid point that we have gotten for the day. So now we welcome to the stage 31572 Private Thomas K. from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Southeast Port of Spain Secondary School, Platoon 1, with the topic, discipline is the most important core value among the core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force.
There are 5 core values of our Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force: industry, discipline, respect, integrity, and leadership. Amongst these 5 values, discipline is known to be most important. Now, I know some of you may wonder, why is discipline most important amongst our other values? Well, this is because discipline provides the basis of a cadet's training, development, and behavior. Without it, our other values would not be able to function effectively. Discipline provides the foundation of developing a strong character and maintaining self-control. Cadets learn to manage their emotions, stay focused under pressure and through stressful situations through discipline. A disciplined cadet not only shows respect to their peers and their seniors, but to the uniform that they wear. A cadet's uniform is not just clothes that they wear, but it is a symbol of identity in the force. How you wear your uniform reflects on your character, not just as a person, but as a cadet. As a student of Southeast Secondary, I take being a disciplined cadet very seriously, due to the fact that amongst my 3 years of going to said school, I have seen very little discipline amongst our students and even our teachers. For those of you who know Southeast's reputation, it is a school that our students are influenced by the negativity that surrounds us. And I will be honest, I was once also influenced by that negativity. I did not care much to go to my classes, do my work. I did not want to become more than what I was already seeing around me. But after joining cadets and being taught what true discipline means by my officers and NCOs, I am proud to say that I have grown as a person through discipline. And I have learned that discipline is not just following rules and being obedient. Discipline is a characteristic that helps you grow and mature as a person. Now, as a wise man named Jim Rohn once said, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. Now, as I close off today, I would like you all to remember that quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Private Thomas. Private Thomas is just 15 years old. She juggles 10 subjects, including Spanish, music, and art. From Platoon 1, this young cadet represents the future of leadership, multi-talented, multilingual, and ready to make her voice heard. One of the things she mentioned is the discipline of the organization. That is the topic that she spoke on. Discipline is the most important core value of the core values of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. Something I want to point out is the difference between disciplined and disciplinary. So the difference is with a disciplinary organization, that's kind of the organization where it takes you from not being disciplined and kinds of gets you to be disciplined, versus a disciplined organization where you come into the organization and you have to maintain your own discipline to do what you need to do to succeed within the organization. Some people think that the Cadet Force is a disciplinary organization, and in some aspects it can be a disciplinary organization, but it's mostly disciplined in that you, as the cadet, have to manage yourself and do what you need to do in order to perform and excel as a cadet. So some persons think, or some parents may think that they need to join their child in cadets to fix them, to get them to do what they need to do. Cadets is more so an outlet for them to shine their own discipline. They can flourish their discipline from within themselves, and we are here to help them do that. We're not sharing licks or any kind of thing like that. I mean, when you're getting sweat, so to speak, that some people might call that licks, but it's not meant to be as fully disciplinary as it is a disciplined organization. That being said, we have one more judge. We have no more judges. All of these judges submitted their scores. So we have our score for 31572, Private Thomas K. Private Thomas got the score 75.01. That places her 8th on our current standings. Next up from the Maritime Battalion, St. Mary's College, Platoon 1. 31203, Senior Air Cadet Fornelia J. Speaking on the topic, can tourism replace oil and gas in Trinidad and Tobago? Let's hear it for SAC Fornelia. Come on, let's get more encouragement than that.
Good day all. I am regimental number 31203, Senior Air Cadet Fornelia J, a student of St. Mary's College and a proud member of Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. Correct, sir. Correct. Let me write you the question at hand. Can tourism replace the oil and gas industry in Trinidad and Tobago? My answer to that, in my opinion, it is not. It cannot. Tourism cannot replace oil and gas. Hear me out. Oil and gas is the backbone of the country. It made us who we are today, and it shaped every one of us, and it shaped our lives. But let's first discuss what it really means to replace. According to the Oxford Dictionary, to replace means to supersede, to take the place of, or to substitute. Now think about that. Can tourism really do that to oil and gas? I'm not saying tourism is not a viable sector for investment. Yes, all of you can invest in it, and you should. But as a replacement for oil and gas, no, I can't see that possible in the near future. But oil and gas is simply not another sector. It is the backbone of our nation, and it built us to who we are today. According to the global economy, oil and gas raked in 40% of our national GDP, while our manufacturing sector, by the way, raked in billions, not just millions. Now, mind you, guess how much tourism makes? I'm going to tell you, 7.5%. Can you ever think 7.5% could ever substitute 40% of our economy GDP? In my opinion, that is not possible. Let me tell you this as well. Some of you may not know, and some of you may. Oil and gas has been produced in Trinidad for over a century, particularly in 1906 when we founded oil and we had started to produce it. Can something as oil and gas, you know what we use for that money? Oil and gas build the roads you drive upon every day, the schools your children attend to every single day, and the hospitals you go to, and infrastructures that we use every single day and rely upon as a nation and as a citizen, a proud citizen of this nation. That's what I have to say. But as I continue and I digress, though we struggle from the economic shock faced by the oil and gas industry, we still manage to survive. It has brought us together as what we are today. Kind of few festivals like Carnival, Parang, like Empowerment Today, and anything such like that ever replace something that has been going well for the nation for over 100 years. But let me just summarize for you here, for all of you now. Oil and gas is not so simply another sector. Tourism, on the other hand, could simply not just replace oil and gas, kind of substitute, and it kind of supersede the amount it has been doing for our nation in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you all for your time and being here and listening to what I have to say. I am Gerald Finley. Thank you.
Well done, SAC Fornelia. Geography and economics. SAC Fornelia masters spatial thinking, economic analysis, alongside technical drawing. A jack of all trades, I must say. As a 17-year-old, he maps the future while calculating all possibilities. Today, he charts inspiration, and I'm almost 100% certain if props were allowed, or diagrammatic representations, he would have brought a chart here for us today, because he called out figures and possibly because he's an economic student. But the fact that he had the ability to remember that and recall and regurgitate while still delivering, it shows to his mental fortitude and his ability to speak in front of an audience. I do compliment him on that.
His background in geography and economics definitely played a big role in his proficiency in explaining himself here today. The geography side would have given him the knowledge of different places that persons can go as tourist attractions, and then the economic side would have given him insight into the vitality of the choices that he has. So as opposed to just choosing any random spot that in the middle of nowhere, he could choose somewhere that is closer, somewhere that tourists are more likely to go to, and that will be more likely to generate a steady income throughout the year. Because the best thing for tourism is when it can be done through year-round as opposed to seasonal, like Carnival is right now. That being said, our scores are in.
For SAC for Neely, he got a total of 77.93 points. Well done. We now bring to the stage 30830 Lance Corporal Punch T of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Success Laventil Secondary School, Platoon 1. Speaking on the topic, young people should take the lead in environmental conservatism.
Good morning! Right. In my personal belief, young people should take a firm stance in environmental conservatism. But I ask the question, how can young people take a stance if they're being held back by lack of political inclusion, 2, unfunded and dismantled programs, 3, education gaps? Fortunately, I've come to answer this question for you. So, I'm going to give you a Bible verse. In Genesis 2:15, the Lord said, God put man in the Garden of Eden to work and to keep it. Yet, we fail to do something so simple, such as that. There are even the solutions to the points I've made, like empowering young leaders, remedial support, replacing programs with full-time jobs. We are a country that follows Christ. Yet, my anger comes from shame. Shame that these problems are left unconsidered. But shame that these youths of today don't even have a thought on this. I come to bring fire, not fantasy. The adults of today only care about control. So, I come to pose a question to all of you. How can a youth take the lead in environmental conservatism if they are already blind? God bless.
Let's give it up again for Lance Corporal Punch. Yes, I'm hearing some of you all in the crowd. That was a punch, I agree. A large punch, a large punch. What's your favorite kind of punch? I don't know about all your own, but my favorite punch is a peanut punch. Just saying. Right, we like that, we like that. Lance Corporal Punch, he studies IT, POA, POB languages. He doesn't just study business principles, he lives them. This 15-year-old from Platoon 1 understands that communication is the ultimate success skill, and you just watched him prove it. One judge has submitted their score. There's some careful deliberation on what kind of punch he just delivered. Coming in a bit faster now.
But the question is the punch chunky or smooth? I hear some smooth, I hear some chunky.
All who say chunky, give me a clap.
Well, I
No
guess
claps.
I guess the punch is smooth.
But who does drink chunky punch?
Not a full. I see some people make punch. I don't like it like that, but some people make punch like that, you know.
Chunky punch.
Yeah, as in it's not a full liquid. I'm telling you, I
Chunky
see
punch?
Yes, chunky punch.
I don't know nothing about any chunky punch.
The more that you say it, I can imagine a man with a stole, chunky punch.
Hey, finish up. Right, the judges' scores are in. Lance Corporal Punch got a score of 67.29. Next up, from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Tranquility Secondary School, Platoon 1. 29147, Corporal Neverson J. Speaking on the topic, the glass ceiling no longer exists for women in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's give it up for Corporal Neverson.
Hello. For many years, women around the world face what it is known as the glass ceiling. This is an invisible barrier that stopped women from reaching the highest level of success, leadership, and influence. It was not written in any law, but it was felt in every workplace, every boardroom, and every decision-making positions. Women were told directly or indirectly that certain roles were not for them, that they were too emotional, too weak, or incapable. But today, I stand here to say for the women in Trinidad and Tobago that the glass ceiling is cracking. And in many cases, it no longer exists. When one woman breaks the glass ceiling, all women feel a sense that things have been open where they weren't before. In our country, women are no longer sitting on the sidelines, but they are standing in the spotlight. We have a female president. In our country, women are no longer sitting on the spotlight, but they are standing in the spotlight. Women around the world, we have seen women around the world become doctors, engineers, attorneys, entrepreneurs, teachers, scientists, and politicians. We have a female president who stands to break glass ceilings and shatter those glass. We have a female president who stands to break barriers and shatter those glass ceilings. We have seen women in our everyday life become independent role models while facing difficulties in a male-dominated organization. Within the cadet force, WO2 Reggie showed a big impact in 1st Battalion Bravo Company with authority, diligence, and breaking glass ceilings for the uprising female NCOs in the force. The first female battalion commander, Major Karen Woods, was also the first female major. They rose, they worked, and they proved that ability has no gender. Trinidadian and Tobagoan women today are educated, driven, and fearless. Young girls are growing up seeing women in power, and that alone changes their mindset. It sends a message. If she can do it, so can I. And that is powerful. Our culture has also started to shift. We have seen women. We have seen women. Thank you.
Well done to you, Corporal Neverson. I applaud the fact that you continued and you pushed, truly never giving up. She brings senior leadership and academic excellence to the podium, balancing sciences, languages, and mathematics in her final year of CSEC examinations. She embodies what it means to finish strong. And I believe that based on how she brought this topic forward, she found a way to resonate with it, or let it resonate with her. Because you could tell just how passionate she was about the topic. And it truly is one that gets you in your emotions. Whether it is you believe that it doesn't exist, or that you believe that it exists still to some degree, we all have a take on this topic. Because at the end of the day, no matter who we are, it still affects us. Maybe more work for us, maybe the ability to do work for others. It's truly something that speaks to the life that we live in now. And we know that it is ever changing. Who knows where it will go in just a couple of years away? We have 4 judges submitting their results. And we're finished. Corporal Neverson got a total of 63.86. Well done, Corporal Neverson. Well done. We now bring to the stage 29685 Private Welch St. Bernard K. from the 1st Infantry Battalion, Tranquility Secondary School, Platoon 2, bringing the topic, Women are better leaders than men. Back to back.
Right. Good day, all. Why our oh, sorry, pardon me. Good day, all. Why are women better leaders than men? Leadership is a key part of building strong organizations, communities, and countries. While both men and women can be effective leaders, for generations, leadership has been framed as a male domain. But in today's society, the traditional notions of leadership are being challenged by new research in workplace operations, and you are likely to find one common trend: women leading with strength, empathy, and vision. Their ability to listen, collaborate, and navigate challenges with resilience sets them apart from the male perspective, which leads to the undeniable truth: women are better leaders than men. 1. Strong communication skills. Women listen carefully, express ideas clearly, and handle disagreements calmly. Impact: stronger trust between leaders and teams. 2. High emotional intelligence. Women show empathy, connect well with people, and manage emotions effectively. Impact: a more positive, healthy work environment. 3. Collaborative leadership style. Women prefer teamwork, inclusion, and group decision making. Impact: more effective decisions because many viewpoints are included. 4. Thoughtful and cautious decision making. Women prefer to analyze risk carefully and think long term. Impact: more stable and sustainable plans. 4. Proven success in real-world leadership. Many female leaders in business and politics have shown strong performance, especially during crisis. Impact: provides real evidence, not just opinion. 6. Better conflict resolution. Yeah. Better conflict resolution. Women focus on patience and solutions. And women focus on solutions. Impact: less time wasted on arguments. In conclusion, woman is boss, but do you think women...
I hear parents in the crowd tying them up. You're telling them what to say. We get the impact. All right. So now it's time for a crowd vote. We're making noise for which one you think is better. Which one you agree with, rather. Women are better leaders than men. Okay. Men are better leaders than women.
I would like to note that the men abstained from casting a vote. That shows something.
Correct. They have to go home.
We are simply asking for a little crowd involvement.
You want to see what the public thinks, what you all think. The people meter, you might call it. So, Private Welch St. Bernard tackles technical drawing, food, nutrition and health, and physics with the same determination he brings to formation. This 15-year-old from Platoon 1 knows that great ideas need great voices, and today we heard this.
We heard it indeed, but honestly though, this is a very tricky topic. Either way you take it, someone will say, no, you're wrong. And even if you decide to not say anything, you're still wrong. So, wow. Let's look at the scores. He received 59.5. Well done. We now bring 30883 Lance Corporal Hartman C. of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Trinity College, Mocha, Platoon 1. His topic, the power of reading.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am 30883 Lance Corporal Hartman C, attached to Alpha Company, 1st Battalion, and today I will be speaking to you all on my topic, the power of reading. You see the reaction on your face right now? Was the exact reaction when I received the topic. The power of reading, or they give me a boring topic. What they want me to present on that about? That topic forced me to have to sit down and think and read. Not only just that though. Within me reading and thinking, I thought, how am I going to deliver this speech today? Then an idea hit me. Not just an idea, an event. I remember the time, 3 weeks prior, that my grandfather put me to sit down and made me do something unbelievable. My grandfather made me read a newspaper. Now, in the moment, I had no issue reading the newspaper. But at the same time, I was like, but Grandpa, he's not an old man. Unknowing to me that would have benefited me in the future. A few minutes after I left home and I was going on the road to collect something to eat. And I passed by the local parlor, and there was this congregation of elders having their daily discussion. And I know everybody could picture that discussion. Real noise, alcohol in the midst. And one person decided to stop me and say, young man, a minute of your time, please. And called me over and asked me, what do you think about this topic? So I freeze. But unknowing to me that he thought the freeze that I froze was me not knowing what he spoke about. But in my mind, I'm saying, that is what I just read in the newspaper from my grandfather. And I could have answered him word for word exactly what I read. Imagine that. The power of reading. You see, reading is more than just opening a book, right? But what I noticed with books, a book could take you from point A to point B within a matter of seconds and carry you through experiences you never had before. So that alone, that newspaper article, made me aware of the power of reading just in that one incident of some person asking me about what I think on this topic. That incident allowed me to understand the power of reading. I thank you.
Well done, Lance Corporal Hartman. Yes, sir. I refrain. Economics, French, and agricultural science. Lance Corporal Hartman's portfolio reads like a true future diplomat. This 16-year-old bridges cultures, understands markets, and today he bridged ideas to action. And it was a very interesting way he decided to bring about his point. Rather than list facts and numbers and figures, he decided to go the route of telling a story. Maybe it helped connect with the audience a bit more. I'm sure it was relatable to the cadets, especially because I know they don't read newspapers at all. But honestly though, the power of reading, it's truly powerful, because even if we have these devices, you're still seeing the screen, you're still reading. So we all read at times. We just have to actually think about it, I believe.
He also mentioned that reading the papers is beneficial to you. And to that, I would add that reading a physical papers could be more beneficial than reading a digital papers. Now, the reason for that is that you're giving your brain, your mind, your eyes a break from looking at a screen, as opposed to losing everything for the screen and you're just watching right here, damaging your eyes, that sort of thing. You're changing it up a bit, the words are a little bigger or a little smaller, and it's just a whole set, I would say, kind of hold it right here. But other than that, and maybe buying the papers, I find it hard to buy papers for $4. But 5 ounce. I buy papers for $4 the other day. It gone up already. That's crazy.
Tell you, you're old. He got 67.86. Well done to you, Lance Corporal Hartman. At this point in time, we welcome to the stage 29701 Private Greg Q of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Woodbrook Secondary School, speaking on the topic, the importance of a healthy diet.
Would you put, oh, sorry. Would you put dirty fuel in your car and still expect it to run smoothly? Of course not. But each day, many of us do exactly that. Not with our cars, but with our bodies. We eat foods filled with salt, sugars, and fats, and our bodies are still expected to be at their very best. Healthy nutrition is not about good looks. It's about living well, thinking clearly, and feeling strong. According to the World Health Organization 2024, an unhealthy diet is one of the global leading causes of death and disease, contributing to about 11 million deaths each year, which is far more than the number caused by smoking and drinking. A diet containing fruits, vegetables, whole grains, lean proteins, and healthy fats provides the body with the necessary nutrients it needs to work optimally. In fact, a study published in 2023 in the Lancet found that consuming at least 5 servings of fruit and vegetables per day reduces the risk of heart disease by up to 31% and the risk of certain types of cancer by as much as 19%. And it's not just about physical health. The Harvard School of Public Health in 2024 reports that those who consume more whole foods, fruits, fish, nuts, leafy greens show better mood, sharper focus, and less stress. Some would say healthy food is too expensive or healthy food is too hard to find. The truth is, eating healthy doesn't have to mean fancy diets and organic foods that are too expensive and out of budget.
It's about making smart choices, such as a water instead of a soda, brown rice instead of white rice, a extra fruit in your lunchbox, even sticking to local foods. As Caribbean people, agriculture plays a huge role in who we are, growing and harvesting natural foods that are good for the body and the brain too. So try sticking to local foods instead of the processed, Americanized foods we often go for. Even small, consistent changes add up over time. And as studies have shown, investing in a healthy diet saves money far into the future by reducing the risk of costly diseases such as diabetes and heart failure. To you, the audience, and my fellow cadets, your health is your single greatest asset. And remember, you are what you eat. So choose to be healthy, happy, and unstoppable. Thank you.
Well done, Private Greg. Business and science collide in Private Greg's impressive academic portfolio. Would you believe that she does many different subjects, including mathematics and entrepreneurship simultaneously? Those topics can collide in some aspects, but they can also complement each other in others. The maths can help you decide whether an idea is viable for you to do and for you to make profit off of. From Platoon 1, she brings strategic thinking and speaking, From Platoon 1, she brings strategic thinking to the speaking stage. So far, we have 5 out of the 7 judges submitting their scores. All judges have submitted their scores. So, for 29701 Private Greg Q, whose scores are like they need a drum roll. Drum roll, please. Never mind. All judges submitted, we have a score of 78.29. That places her 5th on our current standings. Next up, from the 6th Infantry Battalion, St. Stephen's College, Platoon 1. 29282 Private Weeks T, speaking on the topic, harnessing the natural creativity of our people to solve the problems of our country. Let's give it up for Private Weeks. You're starting from there? She's starting from in the back there, so you could start the timer.
Trinidad problems running so deep, not even WASA could reach it. Who say that? All you hear what they say? They say Trinidad problems running so deep, not even WASA could reach it. Well, Lord, I believe it's something deeper. Because the answer not sitting in no parliament seat, but right here in we heartbeat, in the veins of our people who make beauty out of struggle and turn shortage into miracle. Listen, listen. I can start over. I could go back and sit.
All they say we problems running so deep, not even Wassa could reach it. Well, Lord, look thing. But I believe the answer not sitting in no parliament seat, but right here in we heartbeat, in the veins of a people who make beauty out of struggle and turn shortage into miracle. You see, Tobago is a real place, you know. We are a rhythm with passport and long before stage and microphone. We show them how we could sing, how pain could sing. You see, tiny, but the fire and we the spark fluently. Listen. Listen to it hum in the bamboo. Listen to it roll in the wave. Listen to it echo in the panyard. Listen to it echo in the classroom and in the streets. Because long before we've been doing this ain't nothing new. We have this. Let me tell all you, we ancestors did this. We not alone. We fighting under their strength. So I want all you to get up and harness it. Look here. We as our people, we need to harness what we had. We need to harness what they left for us. Right? We are greatness. This is the home of Dr. Eric Williams, a historian who didn't just write books, he rewrite our future. This is the same soil that raised Peter Menschel, who turned mass into moving philosophy. That is legacy. That is we. Because that is not no coincidence. That is inheritance. That is power. That is we moving forward. People, let us harness it. What are you waiting on? Right? I would just like to say thank you, and that is my piece.
Well done, Private Weeks. Literature meets leadership, and that is exactly what she did. Private Weeks combines management of business, entrepreneurship, as well as literature in English. She is a sixth former that writes her future while speaking about our present. She did an excellent job. It was almost like a spoken word. There was a kind of vibe to it. And I like that because it was the first one that we had that was so impactful. So, next up, we will be having our last TLD speaker for the day, Under Officer Ramlagan. He demonstrates exceptional leadership and dedication, inspiring fellow cadets through his commitment to excellence and service. A rising leader whose discipline and passion set a powerful example for the next generation of the cadet force. Under Officer Ramlagan, I welcome you to the stage.
Testing. Afternoon, everybody. I know we've had a long evening. About 28 years ago, on the second Tuesday in the afternoon, I joined the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. And my life changed forever. But that Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force is not the same Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force today. The world is not the same. The way people speak, interact, and especially young people have changed tremendously. And in order for us to keep up with that, so too must leadership change. And in order to accomplish this, we need to bridge the gap in understanding today's youth. Have we become reactive or are we proactive to this change? And the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force is not new to change, but in the last 10 years, global youth organizations have seen a 7% decline in membership, while populations all over the world have increased. And some persons view that this is because of the generational changes or generational gaps due to historical events, technology, culture, and the economics. To remain relevant, we must embrace contemporary leadership practices. Now, what are contemporary leadership practices? The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force has been around since 1910, an organization that has produced exemplary leaders in our society. Why must we evolve? We must evolve because today's youth are faced with problems that we were not faced with. They are faced with digital or cyberbullying. They are faced with an enormous weight upon them in an economic situation where we would have persons going through their entire lives and having a linear progression, right? 20 years ago, 30 years ago, somebody would have had a job, and they would have moved from having a job to owning a home, and they would be on a livable wage. Today, the average salary is around $7,000 a month, $8,000 a month, but the average mortgage is around $9,000 a month. So they are plagued with having these problems that didn't exist in the past. Some contemporary leadership practices that every cadet and officer can apply are self-awareness and emotional intelligence. Now, this is something, when you see in 1997, when I was a cadet, nobody was talking about emotional intelligence, right? And what is emotional intelligence? In order for you to lead, you have to be aware of how you feel, why you feel that way, and how others feel with your reaction. We must take that into consideration. When a cadet can be in a situation and be able to diffuse or empathize with a junior without escalating a situation, that is what is required in the modern leadership. 2025 we are at a time where emotional intelligence is required in order to lead. So much so that is even more important than physical discipline. Collaborative leadership. Somebody spoke about gangs. Well, gangs and the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force have something in common. Collaborative leadership. Collaborative leadership is when somebody from the ages of 12 to 19 can come to anybody and get acceptance. They can get support. They can get guidance. And we don't see it that way, but gangs provide that. Right? Gangs provide that for youth. Might be in a negative direction, but it is what has happened in society. There has been a gap that entity has filled. But the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force did it for me, and it has done it for the cadets sitting here today. But there are many, many people who are lacking in that regard. Youth empowerment. Now, what I'm going to speak about with youth empowerment is not contemporary. I would like to bring back something. Because there was a time where the platoon sergeant would run the unit. And that empowered youth to know that a platoon sergeant would come and say, sir, well, this is where we at. These are my charges. This is the nominal role. I have 5 people who need 3 subjects in Star 1. Oh, this is what we had to do. And the officer would say, all right, well, how we going to do that? I mean, I'm sure he knew, but what he was doing was jogging the imagination of the platoon sergeant or the company sergeant major. A 17, 18, or 19-year-old student would run the cadet unit. But I have not seen that in practice today. Today, I see cadets coming through the system as though we are running a school program. And the officers and warrant officers are doing everything coming up the road. But that is not the cadet force that I was a part of. But I would like to bring that back because we need to empower youths. And I'll give you an example. We have another organization in Trinidad and Tobago called TT Scouts. They have something called a youth ambassador. And I'll leave you with this. The youth ambassador is part of the management structure of the scout system. And they benefit tremendously from having the perspective of somebody who is close to the younger generation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Under Officer Ramlagan, for that. It truly was a bit eye-opening to hear that, as well as it's comforting almost to know that he is willing to make the change. So, back to where we were. We await the score of Private Weeks. Private Weeks got 62 points. Well done, Private Weeks. We now call to the stage 30703 Private Batiste A of the 6th Infantry Battalion, Tableland Secondary School, speaking on the topic, leadership is the most important factor for an organization to succeed.
Firstly, leadership. What is leadership? Leadership is the ability to guide and influence others towards a common goal. I saw a quote on the Cadets Force page stating, leadership isn't about being in charge. It's about being responsible for those in charge. And I agree. Some people often think leadership is about being the boss, being the leader, telling others what to do, making all the decisions. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's where you're wrong. Leadership doesn't always give commands. They instruct a group on what to do and to guide. An organization doesn't fail because of the lack of money or ideas. They lack because of efficient leadership. the efficient leadership, the efficient leadership. Leadership is the key to open all doors. In conclusion, leadership an organization can only succeed with efficient and powerful leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Private Batiste. Private Batiste studies both agriculture and the academics, the typical academics. She balances agricultural science with traditional academics, as I said, the maths, English, in literatures in English. Sorry. So one thing I want to talk about is the leadership in the cadet force and how their leadership impacts us as the cadets, right? So the leadership in the cadet force being well, it will always trickle down. It always has a trickle down effect in anything. So if the leadership is poor, then the cadets will not be able to perform as well, and then the standard in the cadet force will go down. But if the leadership is performing well, then that will trickle down to the troops and they will perform well as well, right? So it's kind of like if you cut the head off of a snake, the snake will die. If the leaders are not there or they are not performing well, the troops will suffer. But if the opposite is true, then the troops will thrive. We have 3 judges submitting the scores so far.
You know, it's a good thing that we have good leadership here in the force. I'm not only talking about at the very top with the acting deputy commandant, but as well as the training department as well as even in the administrative areas of it. Then you have the battalion commanders, and then you have the RSMs, the unit commanders. Everyone here involved, because I know for a fact that there would have been multiple sessions with these officers because of that good leadership.
So now the scores are in. Private Batiste got a score of 50.50. Next up, we have from the Maritime Battalion, Bishop Anstey High School East, Trinity College East, Platoon 1, 28702 Sergeant Stout O. Speaking on the topic, financial literacy must be taught in every school.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected officers, fellow cadets, good evening. Picture this, a cadet standing proudly on the parade square, uniform pressed, boots shining, ready to take on the day. But beyond the drill and beyond the discipline, beyond the uniform, there lies a battlefield of loans, bills, credit, and financial decisions that can make or break one's future. And now this is why financial literacy should be taught in all schools. Oftentimes than not, our young people encounter financial gimmicks, high interest loans, excessive spending, and credit cards that seem harmless but stings like a scorpion. And without financial education, young people fall victim not because they are careless, no, but because they were never trained. Now imagine a school where young people are taught to budget just as they are taught mathematics. Investing, loans are all taught before graduation. Financial mentors prepare our young people for important life decisions, not just exams. This is not impossible, ladies and gentlemen. This is overdue. We spend years mastering drill, discipline, and teamwork. Yet in the one battlefield of life that we cannot avoid, and that is the world of money, our young people are sent in blind, unprepared, and vulnerable. We learn how to dissect mathematics and recite poetry. Yet, ask a young person to read a payslip, or ask them to understand taxes, calculate interest rather, and our young people, they stumble. That gap is not inconvenient. That gap is dangerous. Financial literacy builds our future. It breaks cycles of debt, and it empowers independence. And much more importantly, it is completely teachable. So I return to the image of the parade square. We learn how to polish boots and sharpen minds, but sending our young people into the world without financial training sends them unarmed. Schools teach us how to find X. Surely they can teach us how to find something far more powerful, our financial freedom. And as the mighty sparrow once said, to earn tomorrow, you better learn today. So I submit to you, financial literacy should be taught in all schools. I am 28702 Sergeant Stout of the BATC Aviation Unit of the Maritime Battalion, and I thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Stout. Notice the color of the uniform. Notice the color of the uniform. So, Sergeant Stout is a student council president at the Beta, a model UN participant with experience at the Port of Spain Rotary Club annual Model United Nations, and it was held in the presence of Her Excellency the President. She's also an aspiring aerospace engineer. She's She is a student at Bishop Anstey Trinity College's 6th form, studying pure mathematics, physics, computer science, and Caribbean studies. I'm sure this is testament to why her presentation would have been as well thought out as it was. Wouldn't you say? Now the question is, do we have another leader of the leaderboard? Now there's a lot of anticipation for these scores. We have 6 out of 7. What is it going to be? Drum roll, please. 28702, Sergeant Stout O got a score of 88.86. We have a new leaderboard leader. Moving swiftly along, we have from the 6th Infantry Battalion, Point Fortin East Secondary School, Platoon 1. My apologies. From the Maritime Battalion, Born Air Secondary School, Platoon 1. 30100, able-bodied seaman, O'Brien M., speaking on the topic, my cadet training helped me overcome my fears. Please give him a round of applause.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you here have had something important to say, but the words just wouldn't come out? I used to live in that kind of space. Today, I'm going to be talking about how my cadet training helped me overcome the fear of using my voice. Now, don't get me wrong. I've always been able to get along people like that. But if you were to put me in front of, say, 30 people, or especially if I was getting yelled at, officers, my voice would just shrink. My biggest weakness wasn't a subject or even my own stature. It was the fear of speaking in front of a crowd only to embarrass myself. This used to affect me in two ways. One, I'd speak too softly in tense situations because I would hate how I was feeling during it. And when it came to being in front of a crowd, I'd get nervous, speak too quickly, and I would stumble over my own words. My self-doubt was drowning out what I had to say. But then there was cadets. In any normal environment, speaking softly is just an inconvenience. But in cadets, it's a failure of leadership and safety. You can't lead if you can't be heard. You can't command someone's attention if your voice cannot call for it. I remember that when my instructor put me in charge of calling commands. I tried, but I was too soft. He made me go again until I got it right, but also told me this. If you can't project your voice, you can't lead a squad. And if you can't do that, you should not be here. This wasn't just a critique. This was a challenge to myself. Cadets made me face my fear, and I had to learn that projecting my voice wasn't just about being loud. It was about getting attention and making sure I was heard. Now, at first, I was a little bit shaky, but I got better as I went on. I had to stop thinking about my fears and instead focus on being a better leader. In fact, I remember the first time an instructor commended me on my word of command. It made me feel confident in using my full voice. It showed me that facing my fears head-on had paid off, and something that I used to struggle with now didn't bother me at all. That moment made me proud of myself. Cadets didn't just teach me discipline. It taught me that my voice was a tool, and the only person holding back its power was me. Today, I still get nervous before giving a speech, but now I know how to stay calm, take a deep breath, and stand tall and get people's attention. And I just want to leave you with this last point. If you're facing a fear, whether it's height, failure, or even like me, using your voice, remember this. Cadets isn't just about exercise and rules. It's about creating the opportunity for you to be better. It's about finding the strength you didn't know you had, which at the end of the day is the real purpose behind cadets. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, well done, well done. Able-bodied Seaman O'Brien from Born A pursues, get this, criminology. That's 3 we have in total right now at the University of the West Indies. Also while serving with honor, he studies justice, serves with integrity, and today he spoke with authority and passion as well. I must say, it truly is something different when you hear from the speaker's perspective and point of view in them telling a story about themselves. Again, it helps with the story resonate within you. Makes it more relatable. We have 2 judges already submitted their results for his scores. Let's see, what will it be?
I definitely think it's very evident that the topic he is speaking on is very true, because he said that he would usually be nervous to speak in front of a crowd, but I didn't see him being nervous at all. What do you all think? He did not seem nervous. He did not seem afraid at all. So it's definitely true. The topic has merit to it. Cadet training does help cadets overcome their fears in many other ways than one. Correct.
Speaking of overcoming fears, let's not talk about repelling. Yeah, that's always exciting with the cadet force.
I don't know about you, but the first time I went rappelling, I jumped down the hill normal.
No, exciting as in when you're watching other cadets do it. That's the fun part.
Who crying on the hill? They're holding on. I want my mommy. Oh gosh. The judges have submitted their scores.
Let's see. For able-bodied Seaman O'Brien, 75.07. We now bring to the stage 30559 Lance Corporal McFarlane I from the 6th Infantry Battalion, Point Fortin East Secondary School, speaking on the topic, harnessing the natural creativity of our people to solve problems.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Trinidad and Tobago is a nation bursting with talent, imagination, and resilience. From the creation of the steel pan to the unmatched artistry of our carnival, creativity lies within our DNA. But there's a problem that needs change. We face problems in our nation. We face crime, poverty, economic uncertainty. But within these challenges lies an opportunity for change, an opportunity to think outside of the box, so to speak. Trinidad and Tobago, far from perfect, striving to be better. We try. Together, we will rise to the occasion and solve our problems as a nation. To unlock our creativity, we must innovate others. We must build innovation hubs. We must create platforms for youths like the Cadet Force to empower themselves, to be brave, to be bold, and to be strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance Corporal McFarlane. Lance Corporal McFarlane is a technical professional personified. He masters mathematics, mathematics, dual sciences, technical drawing, and IT. I think that alone deserves a round of applause. This Form 5 student draws blueprints for success. Today, he drafts a vision. I'm sure that in the future, he will be a part of improvements in our infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago. See that technical drawing? He already have the whole thing plotted out in his mind.
And it works well with his topic as well. Because technical drawing, you have to be, or you must have a certain level of creativity when it comes to what you're designing.
The mathematical skill also plays a part. You can't design something that won't stand. You can't design something that isn't strong enough. You don't want to design something and then 2 years down the line, a little hard breeze blow and it fall down. We don't want that. We don't need that in the future of Trinidad and Tobago, right? So the maths and the art maths definitely will help him in portraying his ideas well and making sure that they are designed properly.
I'm interested to see what he comes up with.
The scores have been released. 30559, Lance Corporal McFarlane got a score of 50.93. 50.93. Next up from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Hoover West Secondary School, Platoon 1, we have 30399 Private Swan K speaking on the topic, mentors are needed to make new leaders. Let's give it up for Lance.
In some cases, you might wonder why mentors are essential for young individuals, especially in Trinidad and Tobago. Leadership requires nurturing, practice, skill, and a specific mindset. It is not just a title, but a true leader needs someone who can give them the information and ability to become that said true leader. Think of a mentor as an experienced navigator, navigating his way through challenges while teaching an individual to chart through his course. These said navigators are needed to empower the next generation. The next generational leaders can campaign innovation, fortify unity, and promote sustainable progress. A mentor not only gives instructions, but a mentor provides practical wisdom, real-world lessons, a safe space, an environment to voice fears, teach new ideas, and learn from failure, and empowerment, giving you the ability and confidence to obtain to your own roads. Mentorship is a legacy project. Mentorship is a legacy project. It not only Mentorship is a legacy project. Mentoring a young professional, entrepreneur, or community leader helps professional leaders, community elders, and all these points are crucial.
all these points are crucial as to why mentors are needed to help individuals in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Well done, Private Swan. Well done on your determination. And not only was she determined here. Wow, okay. Wow, whole day. Not only was she determined here, but she is also determined in her academics. She manages a current 10 subjects, including IT, triple sciences, and principles of business. She clearly proves that early excellence can be the best foundation, as today she built her case. One more round of applause to her.
I'm sure we could all agree that if you are in a leadership position, you can acknowledge that there was someone in your life at some point in time that sort of molded you and brought you to the position that you are to enable you to be a better leader than you are now. Everyone in here would have had a mentor at some point in time. Everyone. Doesn't matter if you're the highest ranking officer or you just pass out. Everyone has a mentor.
And that much is very true. But something that I think a lot of people need to be able to learn or realize when they have gotten themselves a mentor is that you learn from this mentor. You do not become the mentor. Because you and your mentor can never be the same person. They themselves have faults. You look at these faults, you try not to do the same things, make the same errors. Because if you decide you want to become someone else that is not you, hardly will you ever reach anywhere in life. A lot of people need to realize that when they are dealing with mentors. That's what I believe.
Which scores are in? 30399. Private Swan got a score of 57.36.
Again, well done to Private Swan. Now, we'll be hearing from 29827 Lance Corporal Giddings F. from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Asha Girls College, Charlieville, speaking on the topic, kindness costs nothing.
There's a saying, kindness costs. There's a saying, kindness costs nothing, but means everything. In a world that praises competition and success, kindness may seem small or secondary, yet it is one of the most powerful and transformative forces we have, and it is completely free. As cadets, we are trained to lead, serve, and uphold discipline. But true leadership is not only about commands or uniforms. It shows in how we treat people. Kindness is not just an act, but an attitude, a choice to approach others with respect, compassion, and understanding. It requires no wealth or rank, only a willing heart. a kind word to someone who feels unseen, a patient ear for a struggling friend, or a simple gesture to a stranger may seem small, yet each can change someone's day or even their lives. What makes kindness remarkable is its ripple effect. One act inspires another, just as a single candle can light many others without losing its flame. Imagine the impact if every cadet here made a conscious effort to show kindness. Our schools, communities, and nation will grow brighter and more united. When we choose kindness, we lift ourselves even as we lift others. But true kindness requires courage. It is easy when life is smooth. The real test is staying kind when others are rude, impatient, or ungrateful. Showing kindness then is a sign of strength, maturity, and character. In conclusion, kindness costs nothing, yet its value is immeasurable. It crosses boundaries and builds bridges. So today, let us all use the quiet but powerful tools we carry. A kind word, a smile, a helping hand. We can make a positive difference, not someday, but today. One act of kindness at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporal Giddings. Corporal Giddings, young but mighty, a Form 3 academic. Just a second. There's a minor mix-up with the bio, but I will say this. One line that stood out from that speech from me is kindness is not an act, but an attitude. And I must say, you, the audience, have done a great job in showing kindness towards the cadets presenting on stage today. So give yourselves a round of applause, a very hearty one. Come on, you all could do better than that. All you're doing real good today. Get another round of applause for that. Right, so we have 3 out of the 7 judges submitting their scores so far. Five out of the 7 judges. Let's see who's still awake. 1st Battalion. 1st Battalion sleeping. 1st Battalion sleeping. 2nd Battalion. 3rd Battalion. I find 3rd Battalion real loud, you know. 3rd Battalion very loud. 4th Battalion. 4th Battalion sleeping. 4th Battalion sleeping. Right, so the scores are in 29827. Corporal Giddings got the score 75.86. Next up, we have from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Chaguanas South Secondary School, Platoon 1. 29870, Lance Corporal Glenn A. Speaking on the topic, Just a second. Samlal is not going at this time. We're going on to competitor number 53, Lance Corporal Glenn A. So we have from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, Shagwana South Secondary School, Platoon 1, 29870, Lance Corporal Glenn A, speaking on the topic, country or club, the dilemma facing cricketers. Let's give Lance Corporal Glenn a round of applause.
Good afternoon all. I am 29. Good afternoon all. I am 29870 Lance Corporal Glenn of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, and my topic this evening is country or club, the dilemma facing cricketers. On Saturday morning, I stand at attention in my thick green tunic, boots shining, sweat running down my back. But as a science student, I have different thoughts running through my mind. Studying physics, chemistry, biology, math and IT. Studying physics, chemistry, biology, math and IT, my mind doesn't always cooperate that way. Studying cricket, as I'm on the parade square, I study country versus club. In physics, they teach us about forces and vectors. Imagine a cricketer standing still, two forces acting on him. Force A, the T20 franchises such as the Indian Premier League, PSL, Pakistani, Super League, CPL, Caribbean Premier League. Force A, Force B, the West Indies cricket team, great in magnitude, but not in solitude. Imagine you're on parade, going into the parade, marching onto the parade square. As I walk into Queen's Park Oval, I think of the word of command, General salute! Present arms! It has ripples. The same ripples that the Queen's Park Oval has when the West Indies cricket team marches on. Legends like Sir Viv Richards and Brian Lara have left legacies for many generations to see. Thank you for your time.
Well done, Lance Corporal Glenn. Triple sciences and IT equals innovation, I must say. Lance Corporal Glenn masters all three sciences as well as additional maths and then IT. This Form 5 student, he solves complex equations daily. Today, he solves the equation of change. And I would say this is sort of a difficult topic because unless you're interested in it naturally, you're going to find yourself feeling a bit hard to decide to actually take it upon yourself to research. Because research can be very difficult, very long, very tedious. But when you're enjoying what you're researching, it tends to come up a bit easier than not.
Some of our previous contenders would argue that using AI for research is probably faster, but some others may argue that is detrimental to the development of our youth. Controversial, I must say. We have 4 judges submitting the scores so far. We are waiting the last 3.
So, whilst we await, we'll let you all know what are the prizes the cadets in the various positions would be getting. Starting at first place, No, we'll start last. 11th place, a small hamper. 10th place, a medal and a small hamper. 9th place, a medal and a small hamper. 8th place, a medal and a small hamper. 7th place, a medal and a small hamper. 6th place. 5th place. No, we change. 5th place, a trophy and a hamper. 4th place. The parents could be very good cadets. I already know this. And the scores are E. 57.5. Well done, Lance Corporal Glenn. We now call to the stage 31226 Air Cadet Marcel T. from the Maritime Battalion, Presal Secondary School, Platoon number 1. Speaking on the topic, balancing academics and extracurricular activities.
Imagine this. It's Sunday night. My phone's buzzing with group chats and I'm wondering, how do I do it all? Hi, I am 31226 AC Marcel, a 14-year-old air cadet who has never been good at finalizing tasks. I'm the queen of last-minute revision, projects, and even ironing my school uniform. No, not Sunday night. Monday morning. Adding cadet exams, parade prep, and uniform inspections on top? Absolute nightmare. Here's the honest truth. I don't love cadets all the time. Some nights, I'd rather scroll through TikTok than struggle to put a straight seam in my pants or learn the parts of an aircraft. But I only keep going because the long-term payoff is huge. Real discipline, leadership skills, and maybe even the air guard one day. School is a non-negotiable too. Good grades are my ticket to the future I actually want. 3 weeks ago, everything came crashing down. End of term exams, my Star 1 mock exam, and preparing this very speech. Of course, classic me, almost left everything for the night before. I was stressed, panicking I'd fail and let everyone down. So I finally tried the thing adults never stop talking about. Time management. And here are the 3 things that actually saved me. 1, I told my mom to block TikTok and Netflix from her parental control app. 2, I made a color-coded planner and told my mom and my current warrant officer to text me at 9 p.m. If my blockers aren't ticked, I owed them 10 push-ups. They collected. Twice. And 3, I stuck with it. The first few days were challenging, but then the magic happened. I walked into my cadet exams, calm, aced my tests, and here I am today instead of hiding in my room, feeling like a failure. Lou et al. 2018, with 1,314 high school teens, showed that those who used planners and time blocking got much higher grades and felt 32% less stressed. So here's my challenge to you. Before you open Netflix tonight, prepare tomorrow's plan, eliminate your biggest distraction for just 2 weeks, and ensure someone keeps you accountable. If your time management doesn't improve, let's talk about it, because they're not just students or cadets, we're future pilots and leaders. And guess what? The world isn't slowing down. So let's stop doing everything last minute, starting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, AC Marcel. Let's give it up again for AC Marcel. AC Marcel, young but mighty. A Form 3 student from flight number 1 balances sciences, Spanish, and IT. This multilingual scholar speaks the language of the future. Today, she translates it into action. She spoke on the topic balancing academics and extracurricular activities, and that is definitely a difficult thing to do at times, especially when one becomes more demanding than the other, or when both of them become demanding at the same time. Imagine you already have your usual assignments to do at school, and then your extracurricular activity, cadets say you have to go to camp, or you have star exams to study for. Then you have double the work to do essentially. And at times you may become discouraged, you wouldn't want to study for the extra exams, or you might be more enticed to study for star exams, but you let your schoolwork fall behind. You don't want that. You don't want to prioritize one over the other to the point when the other one suffers, right? So maintaining that balance between your academics and your extracurricular activities is something that I would say is kind of lifelong, because that would translate from schoolwork and extracurricular to work and life, or work and your hobbies. Because you don't want to always be on work 24/7. You just work. That will get very monotonous very quickly. So we have 6 out of our 7 judges submitting their scores. We are waiting one more. I think we have a potential top 10. I don't know about you all. You all agree? You all disagree? Agree? Let's see. 31226 AC Marcel T got this score 71.71. Moving swiftly along, we have from the 6th Infantry Battalion, Marabella South Secondary School, Platoon 1. 30185, Lance Corporal Ramdial R, speaking on the topic, balancing academics and extracurricular activities. Let's give it up for Lance Corporal Ramdial.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am 30185 Lance Corporal Ramdial R from Marabella South Secondary School Unit 6 Battalion. My topics are balancing academics and extracurricular activities. Balancing academics and extracurricular activities are a challenge many students face, including those involved in organizations like the Hughes Foundation and the Cadets. These activities are to enhance our resumes, but also shape our character and equip us with essential life skills. As a member of the Hughes Foundation and Cadets, I learned valuable skills like leadership, teamwork, and discipline. However, it's crucial to prioritize academics by pursuing these activities. Effective time management is key. Create a schedule that accommodates both academics responsibilities and academic extracurricular commitments. The Hughes Foundation and Cadets teach us to be resilient, adaptable, and goal-oriented. These activities, by balancing both, we can develop a strong work ethic, achieve academic excellence, and make a positive impact in our communities. As young leaders, it's essential to recognize that academics and extracurricular activities are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they complement each other beautifully. By finding this balance, we can unlock our full potential and become well-rounded individuals. In conclusion, balancing academics and extracurricular activities, like both the US Foundation and cadets, requires discipline, time management, and prioritization. By achieving this balance, we can develop valuable life skills and make a meaningful difference in the world. Thank you.
Well done, Lance Corporal Ramdial. Again, a cadet who studies the 3 sciences. And on top of that, he's also doing mechanical drawing and IT. At 18 years old, he builds solutions with a mechanical precision as he engineers inspiration. And this topic is something very real that all the cadets, I'm sure, can identify with. Because there are times, no matter how much you love being a part of this organization, that it always gets hectic and difficult. And you find yourself saying, I'm just tired. I have also been there at times, but what helps me through that is that I don't think of cadets as an extracurricular activity, because I'm sure you all would have heard a saying that goes something like, enjoy what you do and you'll never have to work a day in your life. So to me, cadets is a hobby that I put everything into. That way, I don't see it as something tedious or difficult or strenuous. I see it as something I enjoy. There's a guy, a certain warrant officer in blue in the back there. He once told me that I was sort of kind of crazy because I liked this so much. And I'm not saying that I am, but it's just that something I love. It's something I identify with, something that no matter what people might say about it, brings me peace. And that gives me the ability and the motivation to do what is expected of me and more. And that is what these cadets have been doing here today, time and time again. They come up here, no matter how scared, how frightened, no matter if they're worried about if they might fail or not, they still braved the audience, came onto the stage, and they said their piece. So I would like you all to give all the cadets, up until this point, a hearty round of applause for that. We await the release of the results for Lance Corporal Ramdial. Lance Corporal Ramdial received a total of 58.57 points. A round of applause to you. Now we bring forward 30595 Lance Corporal Gonzalez R. of the 6th Infantry Battalion, Presentation College, San Fernando, Platoon 1. Speaking on the topic, mentors are needed to make new leaders.
Good day, everyone. Earlier this year, I was selected for my first junior leadership training course. I remember feeling a sense of pride to be considered and selected to become a new leader. Before this course began, I thought leadership was just about being in charge, keeping people in line, and getting results. But this course truly opened my eyes to what leadership really is, and the role of mentors in developing emerging leaders. On the last day of this course, Major Dorich came and spoke with us. He was a former cadet, NCO, adult, and unit commander of my very own unit. Hearing his story really hit home. He once stood right where we were, went through the same drills, wore the same uniform, and now he is a leader in the cadet force. Realizing that made me understand how powerful mentorship truly is. Someone once guided him, believed in him, and now he is doing the same for others. Today, I think back to my other instructors on that course. There's one in particular who pushed me harder than the rest. At that time, I thought he just had it out for me. But after I messed up one day, he pulled me aside and said, "I'm only hard on you because I see potential in you that you do not." That statement changed the way I saw everything. That's when I understood that real mentors don't break you down. They build you up. They help you set goals and teach you to be accountable for achieving those goals. Mentors don't walk ahead of you. They walk beside you to guide you. They've made mistakes in the past, learned valuable lessons, and shared that wisdom so you can grow stronger and lead with more confidence. Once you've had that kind of support, it becomes contagious. You start passing it on, helping someone new or pushing them to be better. And that is how leadership grows. One person guiding another. When I look back on that course, I don't just remember the long days. I remember the mentors who helped shape me. The mentors who showed me that leadership isn't about power or position. It is about lifting others up. True leadership isn't about being in charge, but rather taking care of those who are in your charge. Because at the end of the day, without mentors, there are no real leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance Corporal Gonzalez. 100 indeed. Lance Corporal Gonzalez does 15 subjects. 15 subjects. He defines academic ambition. From triple sciences to visual arts, from Spanish to religious knowledge. This Form 3 student speaks the language of excellence. Today, he translates it to inspiration. Lance Corporal Gonzalez was the 56th speaker. We have 5 more speakers to go until we decide on the winners. Could I see the standings? So far, our current standings are this. In first place, we have Sergeant Stout with 88.86. Second place, Ellis Herbert with 85.57. Third place, SAC Hanif with 82 points flat. Fourth place, Corporal Nanku with 80.29 points. Fifth place, we have Private Shipley with 79.71 points. Sixth place, Private Greg with 78.29 points. Seventh place, we have SAC Fournier with 77.93 points. Eighth place, we have Corporal Samaru with 77.57 points. Ninth place, we have Lance Corporal Dalloway J with 77 points flat. And 10th place, we have Corporal Laguerre with 76.29 points. That is the top 10 as it stands right now. Let's see what our next 5 speakers have to offer. Will these standings remain? And just like that, we have a new third place participant. Lance Corporal Gonzalez with 84.57 points. Next up, we have from the 6th Infantry Battalion, San Fernando Central Government School, Platoon 1, 31173, Private Lohoy F. Speaking on the topic, every child should play a sport. Let's give it up for Private Lohoy.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, judges, and my worthy opponents. Today we gather not for routine discussion, but to address an issue that influences our bodies, mind, community, and nations. My topic today is, every child should play a sport. Whether you're a future Olympian or simply a champion napper, sport influences every child in a valuable way. Looking at the sociological perspectives, there are functionalist perspective and Marxist perspective, meaning there's conflict theory and there's a way that we think of everything as interconnected, interrelated, and interdependent. So, although sports is something good, there are some of those who may say that education and academics supposed to be of more importance. But there are basketballers who don't need math. There's a cricketer who doesn't need English. And from the Marxist conflict, Karl Marx stated that education oppresses creativity. Because if we look at the school systems, everyone is taught that they must learn or have a certain job occupation in order to be successful in life. But there are many of those who do not have degrees and masters and are still quite successful. So, one of his famous quotes, accumulation of wealth at one point is accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, brutality, ignorance at the opposite pole. Meaning that although some things may have advantages, at the other end there are also disadvantages that we have to take into occurrence. When children are engaged in sports, wouldn't that take them out of bad areas, occupying their lives with something of good influence? When that child who would have gone to the wrong crowd ends up joining, like, let's say, a football team, that team, the coach becomes a mentor, the teammates become role models, and that field becomes a safe space. And that is what society calls social regulation. It also helps mental and health development. Do you want to know why? It lowers future health costs, and it also helps improve the body's immune system and strengthens our body. When a child says that they enjoy sports, remember that although they are just playing, the body releases endorphins, chemicals, which increase during exercise. So when a child says that sports give them joy, that is not just an exaggeration, that is science.
Well done, Private Lohoy. Cutting it very close. Biology meets business. At the age of 18, Private Lohoy balances hard science with entrepreneurship and sociology. We definitely heard some terms that told us she was using sociology. She dissects problems biologically and solves them entrepreneurially. Today, she diagnoses change. I just had a brief conversation with Flight Sergeant Seeley, and we thought the same thing, that Private Lohoy really did her homework. Isn't that right, Flight Sergeant Seeley?
Yes, it is. I definitely think that her mentioning of Karl Marx shows that she did some homework. Marxist theory and functionalism, those are some very heavy topics that you would do in the sixth form level and in the tertiary level.
It really says a lot about her. But it's not only about how much information you gather for this Inter-Platoon public speaking competition. It's also about how you deliver and disseminate the information that you did gather.
I agree. The delivery of a point is just as, if not more important than the point itself. If you have a strong point but you're not able to express it properly or express it strongly, then you may not convince anyone. But even if your point is relatively weak, but your delivery is strong, you can still sway persons to come to your side or understand your perspective or side with you, as the case may be.
Brings me back to the days when I was writing persuasive essays.
But what you was trying to persuade people to do, you could persuade anybody.
I have a distinction in English A and Communication Studies, you know, sir. You know? All right.
Big up you, big up you.
All right.
Like you want a round of applause for that one?
No. Wow, wow, wow. But I'll accept it. We now have the score for Private Lohoy. Let us see what the judges have decided. 78 points. Well done, Private Lohoy. Well done. We now call on 30207 Lance Corporal Waldron M. of the 6th Infantry Battalion, San Fernando East Secondary School, Platoon 1. Speaking on the topic, mentors are needed to make new leaders.
Behind every great leader is an even greater mentor. Wouldn't you all agree? To start, let's talk about what it really means to be a leader. It isn't just about barking out orders or being in charge. A great leader inspires others. A great leader inspires others. They are able to operate under difficult conditions and they create a ground for positive change. And these skills are by no means learned overnight. It's a long process. And it's a long process, and having an experienced guide along the way to help you makes it that much easier. The best thing an experienced guide has to offer is perspective. They would have already walked down this path and encountered many of the problems that a new leader will face. And because of this, they can provide meaningful insights and lessons they would have learned firsthand through their own experiences. This kind of support makes growth faster and that much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporal Waldron. Corporal Waldron studies both science and languages. She balances triple sciences with Spanish and business principles. This 17-year-old from Platoon 1 communicates in multiple languages, including the language of change. Today, she's fluent in inspiration. At the start of her speech, she said that leading isn't just about barking out orders. And I agree. It really isn't just about barking out orders. At times, it requires a level of understanding of time and place, just like anything else. If as a leader, you think that the only thing you should do is bark out orders all the time, consistently, then your troops will not be enticed to follow you. They won't want to listen to what you have to say. But if you could understand and relate to them in some way, as opposed to it being a master and fill in the blanks relationship, if it's something whereby the troops can come to you, they are comfortable enough to tell you when they have a problem and you are willing to assist them, then they will be more likely to follow your direction. So, just an example, there was a time on a camp where I forgot to relay a message to the company that we were supposed to have a meeting. Now, the officers in charge of the company could have easily been like, "But Sergeant, why you didn't relay the message?" And lock up, exactly, right? But they didn't choose to do that. They chose to pull me aside and figure out what happened and why it happened. And I believe that experience would have helped that camp go a lot smoother for me, because if I just got locked up one time, I may not have been as enticed or as motivated to perform on the rest of the camp. I may have wanted to shut down. I might have been tired the next day, then I want to duck activities and all that kind of thing. But that's not what we come to the camp to do. We come to the camp to learn, to overcome experiences. The score is in. Corporal Waldron got a score of 51.14. Next up, we have from the 6th Infantry Battalion, San Fernando East Secondary School, Platoon 2. 31783, Private Douglas J, speaking on the topic, young people should take the lead in environmental conservatism. Let's give it up for Private Douglas.
Today, I stand before you to talk about one truth. The future of our planet is in the hands of the youth. And that is no hyperbole. According to the United Nations case study performed in 2018, the world is warming faster than any given point in history. Annually, we lose 25 million acres of forest, and the sea levels are rising at an unprecedented rate. Now, these facts may sound frightening to some, but it paves the pathway for something far more evident. Our generation has the most to lose as well as the most to gain. Around the world, many young people are showing that leadership has absolutely nothing to do with age, but much rather to deal with action. In 2019 alone, over 7 million young people attended environmental marches, making it one of the largest international protests in history. We even have young inventors now. For example, we have Boyan Slat. He created a solar-powered system that collects plastic out of the ocean. Achievements like this show one thing. Adults, please don't get upset with me, especially judges. When the youth lead, real change starts. Now, I'm going to back up and ask a question. Why should we take the lead? It is simply because we think differently. We are more likely to question old habits, more likely to have new ideas, and we have the accessibility to technology to find solutions. Environmental conservation has nothing to do with big titles or big names. It has to do with small steps, so small that they pass over most people's heads. For example, conserving your water, reusing your plastic, and educating your friends. And it is time, quite frankly, because the older generation have taken their turn. Many have done great work, and many have ignored the warnings. So it is our turn now as the younger generation to not to ignore or complain, but to change. The world needs defenders who are bold, brave, and unafraid to speak up. So I encourage every young person listening today to be those defenders. The future is not something you simply just step into, but it is something that you create. And together, we could create a safer, greener, and cleaner environment for everyone. Thank you.
Well done, Private Douglas. Private Douglas is the complete STEM scholar, mastering the triple sciences, additional mathematics, as well as technical drawing. Amazing. I really liked how she safeguarded herself. She specifically said, do not get mad at her. And it's something real because youth often tend to think very different from anything that's happening. Sometimes it's seen as giving attitude or talk back when we question something. But as she said, we often, or we have a higher chance to question old habits. I'm not saying that youth persons don't have attitude. I did not say that. Most of the time, we really do. And that is one of our major faults. But regardless, we do think differently. And perhaps we could be the solution to some problem that's been happening over the years consistently. We await one judge. And the scores are in. 31783, Private Douglas J received 81.64 points. Well done, Private Douglas. Well done. We now move on to 29441, Private Packet I of the 6th Infantry Battalion, St. Benedict's College, Platoon 1. Speaking on the topic, young people have the power to lead societal change.
Good day, all. I have a question for the audience here today. Do you believe that the youth, the young people, have the power to lead real societal change? Too often, we hear the older generation say, them young people, them don't know nothing about your real world. And maybe they're right. Maybe we don't have all the answers. But no one does. What we do have is creativity, energy, and vision. A burning desire to make it tomorrow better than today. History proves it. In 1970, the late Macandal Daga, order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, led Trinidad's Black Power Revolution. This inspired global anti-imperialist, anti-racial movements. The young people promoted black consciousness, which led to socio-political changes and eventual reforms. All revolutions began when the youth, the young people, decided to take a stand for what was right. It is easy to feel small. The problems we face today are massive. But change always begins with a thought and starts with an action. I have a quote from Nelson Mandela. He said, "Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fall down and get back up again." That is our greatest weapon. Tenacity. It's what drives innovation and fuels courage. It says to the world, we can do better. People often see our age before our ability. But I want you to say this to yourself. The future does not belong to those who doubt. It belongs to those who dare. So I say this in regards to the young people here today. Believe in yourself. Your actions matter. Your voice matters. Are you willing to win? I dare you. Thank you.
Thank you, Private Douglas. Sorry, Private Packet. Science meets business at St. Benedict's College. Private Packet from Platoon 1 balances dual sciences with business principles and IT. This Form 4 student calculates problems and computes solutions. Private Packet spoke about the importance of young people and how they have the power to lead change in society. What he is saying is very true. The society that we live in today was molded by the revolts and the revolutions of the past peoples of the Caribbean. Anything that we experience today is a result of something that happened in the past. From Christopher Columbus coming here in 1492. Yeah, from Christopher Columbus coming here all the way back then, all the way up to the times of slavery. And you know what? These scores out. Private Packet has the scores of 80.71. Private Packet was the 60th person to speak. Let's see if our next competitor can uproot our current standings. Next up we have from the 5th Infantry Battalion, Barataria South Secondary School, Platoon 1. 31919, Private Griffith K, speaking on the topic, the importance of a healthy diet. Let's give it up for Lance from Private Griffith K.
Save the best for last, boy. Whiz. I don't think I need much more of an introduction. So let's dive right into it. Me and new media team, boy. Whiz. Okay. So, what is a diet? Most people, when they hear that word, diet, they think about restricting themselves from eating certain food or drink. Yet, that answer might be partially true. However, there is one tiny little addition you could make to that. The full definition of a diet is the food and drink a person consumes throughout a daily basis. Now, you might be wondering, what is a healthy diet? Now, I'm not here to bore you all with my spiels about, oh, you need carbohydrates and you need this nutrient and that nutrient. No, I'm here to get straight to the point. Your body is like a car. You might top up with gas, but you might forget the engine oil. And then what? You might go for a little bit. Your car break down. Right? So, did you know that in adults in TNT, 150,000 adults are affected by diabetes? Now, this statistic might be small, yes, but it's alarming because those statistics are rising in the age of children and adolescents. Now, often as young people, we do not consider our health. Sure, people might tell us, yes, consider your health, drink this, drink that, but yet we don't do it. However, I'm here to incentivize you. At least take a small step towards improving it. So, for example, crush the can. Instead of buying a soda all the time, buy a can water instead. Instead of buying a sugar-filled chocolate, Charles is offering a zero sugar option. Not sponsored. Now, this is one of the things we must focus on. And as somebody who wants to be the next prime minister of this country, this is a topic I must cover. So I cannot sit you down and force you to eat or drink healthy. I can only incentivize you. And that, my fellow ladies and gentlemen, fellow cadets, is what I have to say. This is a statistic that is rising in our youth. Take action now. Thank you very much. Back to you, Masters of Ceremony.
Oh, man.
Well done, Private Griffith. Wow. He said they saved the best for last. We'll see how true that turns out to be. The youngest powerhouse at just age 12. Yes. Private Griffith manages 11 subjects, including agricultural science, drama, and visual arts. This young cadet proves early excellence builds a lasting leadership. Today, he plans tomorrow's ideas. Private Griffith was enjoyable to say the least, right? I mean, who would have thought that the smallest and youngest guy would have been last? I'm sure you all were pleasantly surprised. And not to mention, to put lightly, I'd say he owned the stage. He didn't let the fear control him. He showed his bravery and his ability to deliver. And I have to say, this for all of the later contestants, props to them because they had to sit through the entire day and still come to deliver their piece. A round of applause for them. And the scores are in. For Lance Corporal Griffith, 81.36. A well-deserved score, I must say.
Lance Corporal Griffith was the last competitor for this competition. So at this time, we'll go through the rankings, and then we have some prizes to distribute to our top 10. In first place, with
I give the flight sergeant that choice, sir.
So, as an honorable mention, we will mention the 11th place person, Private Lohoy F, with 78 points flat. Let's get a round of applause for Private Lohoy.
In 10th place, Private Greg Q, 78.29 points.
In 9th place, we have Private Shipley K with 79.71 points.
In 8th place, Corporal Nanku J, 80.29 points.
7th place, we have Private Packet I with 80.71 points.
In 6th place, Lance Corporal Griffith K with 81.36 points.
In 5th place, we have Private Douglas J with 81.64 points.
In 4th place, SAC Hanif G with 82 points.
In 3rd place, we have Lance Corporal Gonzalez R with 84.57 points.
In 2nd place,
Normally, the places come with prizes. True or false? Good. All right, job well done. Job well done. Solos. No, don't go anywhere. Just give us 1 minute, please. Acting Deputy Commandant, sir. Acting Deputy Commandant, sir. Sir, could you kindly join us?
receiving the prize for his position in 10th place, we have Private Greg Q with points totaling 78.29. Greg Q of 1st Battalion. Receiving the prize for his 9th place position, we have Private Shipley K with points totaling 79.71%. from 3rd Battalion. As the cadet in 8th place is not here, we will move on to 7th place. Receiving the prize for 7th place with points totaling to 80.71. Private Packet I of the 6th Infantry Battalion.
Thank you very much.
Receiving the prize for 6th position, we have Lance Corporal Griffith K with a total point of 81.61 from 5th Battalion. In 5th place,
Just a note, I just made a request to the acting deputy commandant that since they call him a lance corporal, he's entitled to his striking. And you expect the deputy commandant to put it on his shoulder.
receiving the prize for receiving the prize for their 5th place position, Private Douglas J. of the 6th Infantry Battalion with a total point of 81.64.
Okay, before I go any further, glass ring was left in the female's toilet. If anyone saw that, if they could just bring it forward, please. Okay, could I get a representative from the parent body? Please do. Kindly join us on the stage. Give her a round of applause. Let's give Miss Cathy and Jarvis a round of applause.
Receiving the prize for their 4th place, we have SAC Hanif G with a total of 82 points from the Maritime Battalion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jarvis. Could I kindly ask Lieutenant Commander McIntyre to please join us on the stage?
For their 3rd placement of 84.57 points, we call Lance Corporal Gonzalez R. of the 6th Infantry Battalion.
Could I kindly ask Major Ojo to please join us on stage?
For his 2nd placement with a total points of 85.57, we call Ellis Herbert J. from the Maritime Battalion. Now for the 1st place winner. We call on Sergeant Stout O with a total amount of points of 88.86 from the Maritime Battalion. But as she is not here, her unit commander will collect the award on her behalf.
And we're not finished yet. We'd like to kindly ask Mr. Ali to please join us on stage, and we'd like to present 2 gentlemen that took the day and took us through. At some point in time, they were batting on a sticky wicket, and I think they did well. I'd like each and every one of you all to give them a lusty round of applause. Flight Sergeant Seeley and Sergeant Barnes. It is also to note Mr. Ali was extremely instrumental in supporting us with these hampers. So also give Mr. Ali a round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Well, this brings us to the end of the official day's ceremony. But it wouldn't be a ceremony without the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first indulge you all by kindly asking Major Dorridge to please stand and we turn around and give that gentleman a lusty round of applause. Well done, Major Dorridge. Thank you very much. I wish to express my sincerest appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of today's events. I would like to begin by recognizing His Worship, the Mayor of Port of Spain, the City of Port of Spain, Alderman Chinua Allen, and Mr. Michael Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer of the City Corporation, and the staff of the Port of Spain City Corporation for their invaluable support. The Permanent Secretary for his words of advice and guidance, to our judge panel, whose professionalism, experience, and commitment ensured a fair and credible competition. Our judges, Captain Takesa Blades, please stand. Fleet Alistair Corey Julks. Major Louis Driscoll. Major Sylvester Paul. Major Genevieve Jones. Flight Lieutenant Ken Julian. And a special recognition to former Warrant Officer Class 1, Miss Alice Woodhouse, who served as our Chief Judge. We are deeply grateful to the entire panel, particularly for your understanding and dedication in continuing to judge despite the challenges we faced in meeting the timelines. Going so far as to having lunch whilst they judge so that this competition could be completed. That level of commitment does not go unmentioned. I would also like to make special mention to Second Lieutenant Gabriel Diffintala, who was responsible for all the glitches. Our TTCF media officer for live streaming today's events, developing the innovative scoring application that allowed for efficient and transparent score coalition, and for generously donating the hamper awarded to the winner of today's competition. Your initiative and contribution greatly enhanced the professionalism of this event. My sincerest thanks go out to our Masters of Ceremony, Flight Sergeant Seeley and Sergeant Barnes, for keeping the program flowing and maintaining the energy and structure of today's proceedings. Sergeant Barnes' father also holds a special place in the history of the Cadet Force, having been one of my cadets who formed part of the very first batch of Naval Cadets in 1997. I also wish to acknowledge Warrant Officer Class 2, Dandre Antoine, for his work in preparing the certificates and managing the online documentation, ensuring that all administrative aspects were handled efficiently. Special thanks are extended to Captain Lisa Ram Loganali for assisting in the procurement of hampers, medals, and trophies for our winners, adding a meaningful and well-deserved touch of recognition to this competition. Had there not be the intervention of Ms. Ali and our acting deputy commandant, we would have been having some tins of Target corned beef as our prizes. That's unfortunate, but nevertheless. I must also commend all our potential under officers. You will see some individuals in white shirts and black pants, although they will have trainees on their badge. They are actually a program that we have started, which was headed by the acting deputy commandant, to produce potential under officers to relieve some of the strains that our present officers are experiencing back in the battalion. I want to thank them very much for coming out today and providing the support necessary. Finally, I congratulate the officers and parents that supported and drove all the cadets who prepared and delivered powerful presentations today. You demonstrated confidence, courage, and willingness to challenge yourselves. While we clearly have some outstanding cadets who are well equipped in public speaking, our real challenge moving forward is ensuring that we reach all our cadets and provide them with the opportunity to develop this vital skill set, one that builds leadership, self-confidence, and character. I must also commend Lieutenant Andy Solomon, who you probably didn't see much of, and the members of the training department for their invaluable support in the planning and execution of this event. Your teamwork and dedication were key to today's success. Once again, thank you all for your contributions, your patience, and your commitment. Congratulations to everyone involved, and I look forward to seeing this competition continue to grow in strength and in stature. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Ensure that we all reach home safely, and I would like to extend compliments of the season to each and every one of you all. Thank you very much. So with your permission, we close today's event.